All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 22nd, 2022 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we're on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration are attending the meeting through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports will be considered by City Council at its meeting scheduled for June 29th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 1 p.m. on Thursday, June 23rd. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order and go through the approval of public agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? I will note that the order of the agenda will be changed to ensure items with delegations attached are heard first. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I will call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Stevens. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to move that we table item EX22-77, response to procurement motion, and its associated delegates until the August 10th, 2022 public meeting of executive.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hawkins. Okay, so I believe there's no debate on tabling motion, so we will just call the vote. Correct?
This is Councillor Shaw. I'm in favor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaw. Okay, the vote should be up on your computers.
Sorry. We can do. You could do another post. That would be fine.
Is there anybody opposed? We'll do that. Okay, thank you very much. It's carried. Sorry, I'll get this right. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the meeting held on June 8th, 2022? Councillor Stadnichuk. Any errors or omissions? Okay, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Okay, carried. Okay, I would like to call upon delegations. Where's my list? Okay, my apologies. This is my first time being the chair. So I would like to call upon Delegation Mike Monette. And this is in regards to EX 22-74 report. Is Mike present? Okay, Mike, I'll get you to come down to these three chairs up here, pick a chair, and we'll let you go ahead. I just need to find your opening speech. Where did I put it? Just give me a second, Mike. Oh, that's it. Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions the committee members may have for you.
I basically have been a sprinkler fitter and involved in the industry for approximately 15 years now. You'll have to forgive me, I am new to Saskatchewan and Regina. I've only been here about 6 months, but I can speak to some experience we've had in Calgary with some movements for more residential fire sprinklers. We have put them in homes there, single family, multifamily, everything. Some of that was addressed in the report. Calgary was specifically mentioned. But there were people putting them in on their own volition. In fact, there was one customer who unfortunately was putting them in because he lost his home to a fire. So I was installing it to him. He had a pretty sad story, if you ask me. He lost his son. And now I believe it was actually his insurer was mandating that he did now. But of course, he was all for it, including upgrading some other fire safety things in his home. I know that's just one story, so it's a bit of a sob story, but it's the truth, and it kind of stuck with me having been the installer and speaking to the homeowner. So we can skip kind of the report. I do have some comments on it. So skipping to page 4, a lot of the data against this motion seems to be with response times, but the report itself does indicate that we are seeing increased response times to homes. So my opinion is to be more proactive on that. And by installing fire sprinkler systems, we can be less concerned about response times. I don't have the data on how effective these fire sprinkler systems are on me, but they're incredibly effective. Legally, we can't say they are perfect 100% of the time, but the truth of the matter is they're highly effective. We've seen them activate more in commercial settings. They work. They extinguish fires, or at least reduce them to the point where the fire department's more or less mopping up water rather than dragging people out of the buildings. I see there's also mention of 10 fire fatalities, and it kind of seems to come across as only 10. To me, that's 10 too many. Again, I can't guarantee it's going to save everybody, but I think there's also some focus on cost in here. I think any one of those families would have paid that cost to avoid this. So we pop into also page 6 about, more about costs and impact on investment. Having experience in Calgary, we didn't see any, reduction in investment in those communities. They're all completely built, very little pushback. And then I believe City of Vancouver also mandated it some time ago, and I think we could all agree that there's no lack of investment in the City of Vancouver. It's boomed with or without this. As far as cost, I know there are some insurers that are discounting, insurance based on having a fire sprinkler system. And the more common this comes, even when you go online and you're trying to get an insurance quote, they're going to start asking that question: is your home sprinklered? And automatically apply a discount. So at the end of the day, I don't think cost should be the number one deciding factor in this. Obviously, life safety, and not only the occupants, but to the fire department as well. So those are more or less my comments on the report. There's some things that aren't mentioned. There's some increased fire hazards being brought into homes these days, especially with lithium-ion batteries. So, you know, everyone's got them. We're all carrying one in our pockets right now. And the bigger concern for me is, you know, with all these solar panel systems and energy storage systems, people are putting battery banks in their own homes. And I don't know, I encourage you to Google what a lithium ion fire looks like. It's basically like a flamethrower. It's not just like a slow smoldering thing. Once it goes, it goes. And the research shows that the best way to extinguish those fires is to cool the batteries with water. So we already have a tool to do this with these home sprinkler systems. So you're not looking at anything sort of specialty, but you know, that's not addressed in the report, and you're going to see more of it. And even with these batteries, it might come sooner than later because most of them fail within the first 3 years of their life if they're going to fail. And of course, they're also subject to things like mechanical damage, but I think that's more rare. Also, you know, we are using some cheaper building materials, building everything closer together. I know there's, you know, building codes in place to, you know, help with that, but we also got to remember the building code's a minimum. It's not, there's nothing stopping you from going above and beyond and doing better as a whole. With my experience in Calgary, the biggest pushback I probably got was simple aesthetics. Is people don't want to see, you know, the little glass bulb and the fire sprinkler in their home. But 90% of what we did was actually, you see these little round circles above you. That's all you see in your house. I brought a sample, but you guys have them installed here. Is that basically all you're going to see is that little plate. So as soon as we did that, started doing it that way, we were putting them in luxury homes. They don't even know they're there. I remember getting a service call because they told me they didn't have sprinklers and we were supposed to install them. It's because they look like this. Couldn't even tell they were there.
Sorry, Mike, you're at your 5 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up. Okay, and then we'll let councilors ask any questions they may have.
So really just the major summary is, you know, we have a tool here that could save lives. And I'm all for being proactive rather than reactive. Again, that sample was, you know, someone who's putting them in their home after it was too late rather than at the start.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your presentation. Do any members have questions of the delegation? All right. Thank you very much for addressing the Executive Committee. I ask you please return to the gallery while committee considers this report. All right. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation John Edwards. You can come and have a seat right here. Thanks, John. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. Obviously, you're present. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee members may have for you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to come here today and speak to you about this topic. I think it's very, very important. My name is John Edwards. I'm the National Sales Manager for Troy Life and Fire Safety. We're a 100% Canadian-owned, 100% employee-owned fire protection contracting company with offices in all 10 provinces and 30 cities across Canada. In Calgary, actively involved at the Livingston site as well. So we'll come back to that. I started in the industry in about 1979, so I've been around a little bit. And in looking at that again, I realized that, in fact, residential sprinklers were something I worked on in 1984 for the Billis family in Calgary. So this is not a new concept at all. It's actually something that's rather just slow being adopted. So sprinklers have been installed in residences, as I say, back through to the 80s. And I think it's something that we need to endorse and support as best we can. I have three sort of topics I wanted to talk to you about today. First, sprinklers are the best way to prevent loss of life and injury in residential fires. I had the opportunity to review a document from NFPA the other day, which was talking about home structure fires. And in there, they were indicating that while home structure fires only represent approximately 26% of fires that are had in the continental US, the study time period was up to about 1980. Approximately 76% of the fatalities were in those 26% of fires. And roughly 72% of the injuries were from that 26% of the fires. And those are home structure fires. Fires that could be prevented or contained and allow the occupants to escape with the correct and proper installation of home fire sprinklers. Another point I wanted to just touch on is water savings. It costs us a lot of money to get potable water into the pipes and out to the homes and subdivisions and so on. Home fire sprinklers, when operating as designed, will usually flow a couple of heads, roughly 25 gallons a minute, with an average flow of 10 or maybe 20 minutes, so perhaps 500 gallons for a total discharge time on a residential home. That may sound like a lot, but when you respond to fire truck with a couple of hand hose lines at over 100 gallons apiece for a half an hour or an hour, you're talking thousands of gallons of water and the subsequent runoff into the environment and storm system. So again, water conservation, excellent resource, excellent tool is automatic sprinklers. Also minimizing what's being discharged into the wastewater system, automatic sprinklers. The other quick topic was the long and short-term risks to our firefighters that we ask every day to rush in while everyone else is rushing out. They're the first ones into a fire and the first ones now having to deal with the toxic smoke, fumes, and heat that are coming off the latest and greatest materials that are being used in the upholstery and furniture as it's combusting. There are multiple videos available for side-by-side burns where you can see this type of smoke and flash over and how quickly it comes. So again, I think automatic sprinklers are a great way to protect and preserve the health and safety of our firefighters. We are actively involved in Calgary at the Livingston site, we're approximately 2,000 homes in now. A very successful subdivision, very successful project. We have another subdivision voluntarily mandating sprinklers in Calgary that we're actively involved with as well right now. And as well, we're seeing obviously multiple townhome complexes and multifamily dwellings, but also single family dwellings right across the country being sprinklered. I think the slow adoption is starting to speed up, and I'm all for it and support it 100%. Sprinklers save lives. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Do any members have any questions of the delegates? Okay, I got a few, and sorry I wasn't paying attention who was first. So I'll just go. Oh, it's blinking. Thank you. Okay, I'll go with Councillor Stanich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through the chair, you mentioned that other cities have now have requirements for sprinklers to be installed. I'm just wondering if you could mention a few more, because our report only refers to two municipalities, Swift Current and Calgary. So could you list a couple of others that now do this? Sure,
we're seeing some in the southern part of Ontario. Chatham is an area, and as well in Niagara-on-the-Lake is another area we're seeing it, as well as Markham for another complex that we're doing up in Ontario.
Okay. And through the chair, a follow-up question. The fire statistics are always, I mean, they're alarming statistics whenever you're talking about fires and loss of life or damage. But are you familiar with any information about whether or not new residential areas, the risk to fire there, like this might be a question that I can have for our own team, but the risk of residential fires in new areas versus older areas?
That's a statistic I don't have. I believe, though, that there was some work done, the city of Scottsdale, Arizona. I believe there's a study done and published by the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition on that, whereby they recognize that over the life cycle of 10 years in that install, in sprinklered facilities, the loss rate was negligible. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't want to give you a number. But I think it would be a good document to look up, and I could probably forward a copy of that here to the council if you'd like to see that. The numbers and injuries and firefighter injuries and so on all dropped significantly. I mean, significantly down. We're talking less than 10 people would have been involved in injury or fatality due to fire in a 10-year cycle in a fully sprinklered community. But again, I don't have the exact number.
Okay. But no, thank you very much. Thanks
Okay.
for coming.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Do you have any information in municipalities or neighborhoods where these are not required? Do you have any information about what percentage of new homes would have these installed sort of willingly by the homeowner or the builder?
No, I would not have that sort of information. Yeah, that's a stat that's just not available that I'm aware of.
No, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks again for appearing. I have a couple questions here. So, the Livingstone site, I imagine this is a neighborhood in Calgary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and the company you're representing is Troy Life and Fire Safety?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you are the contractor that's doing this work in Calgary. And I'm assuming the numbers that we have on a report, where it's $4,000 to $5,000 a home, is that the numbers that you are working within?
Yes, I think that's consistent. Obviously, every home is a little different, the configuration and thereby the number of sprinklers, which is really what drives our pricing, but I think the numbers in there are pretty good. I thought you had a reference of about $1.51 to $1.81 a square foot or something in the report, and I think that those numbers are definitely tracking. That's realistic. Obviously, that site is a little different in that it's a complete subdivision that's being protected, and so therefore there are multiple properties under construction at the same time. So there's certain efficiencies we can take advantage of, and then in turn we pass those costs on. If you're going to do a single family home, for example, in Swift Current, and I was involved in some of those meetings in Swift Current a few years ago, it is tougher to do a single standalone home for that same sort of price point. The efficiencies just aren't there. But whereas if you have a number of homes in process and are able to stage material at the site and work it, you can in effect pass through those cost savings and bring down the cost per square foot. So yeah.
Okay, excellent. So I'm curious, do you have an office in Regina?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay. I just want to thank you very much for addressing the executive committee, and I'll ask that you please return to the gallery.
Okay. Thank you again. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. All right, I would like to call upon Delegation Stu Niebergall. Present. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and you have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee members may have for you.
My name is Stu Niebergall, the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I would like to start off by stating the report provided by City Administration on this subject and the Fire Master Plan aligns well with our research on this item. I would also suggest that a volunteer approach for individual homeowners to add a sprinkler system to their home is not a bad decision if that investment will give them the added feeling of security and safety. At the same time, I do have 150 million reasons why this should not be mandated. Our report, Perspectives on the In-Home Fire Sprinklers, that is referenced in this report and the Fire Master Plan, identifies citizens have limited resources of capital. When the government mandates where people's money will be spent, they need to make sure where that is done very wisely. The report also shares how fatalities per 100,000 population in Canada have dropped from 3.3 people per 100,000 in the 1960s to about 300 in a year, based on the 15 million homes that are in this country. And that's according to the latest data collected from Revenue Canada. So let me walk you through the 150 million reasons why mandatory sprinklers do not provide even remotely the best outcome for the resources that are required. If the ground-orientated homes built just over the last 10 years in Regina had been mandated by a previous city council to include a residential sprinkler system, that investment would have equaled $150 million, a cost that is much too high for the exceptionally narrow outcome. What our citizens need in their communities is the full services that fire and protective services provide in our communities. The Fire Master Plan makes this very evident in the mapping it provides. I don't know what a fire station in our new community costs to build, equip, and staff, but my discussion with Chief Jackson would suggest that investment would be a lot less than $150 million that mandated sprinklers would have cost new homeowners over the past 10 years. Our report collected quotes from the local plumbing contractors for sprinkler installations in a typical 1,400 square foot home. The cost came in at $12,000 per home. It's important to note that $12,000 of additional costs removes 2.2 potential new homeowners from qualifying for a new home mortgage. Assuming that additional cost is of the sprinklers embedded in the mortgage, that cost of the system and interest balloons well over $20,000. Monthly rents would, to cover this cost, would need to increase $60 to $85 monthly in the Regina marketplace. Any decision to mandate this increase that will impact home ownership and affordable rents should not be taken lightly. If fire and protective services, city administration, and the industry need to figure out how to ensure our communities are safe when we start to approach the 10-minute response time, let's figure that out. Let's not waste financial resources on such an exceptional narrow outcome that mandated residential sprinklers would provide. Let's make sure our newest citizens and our newest neighborhoods receive the full level of service that Regina Fire and Protective Services provide, like outlined in the Fire Master Plan. That's my presentation, and if you have any questions.
Okay, I'd like to call upon the committee. Does anybody have any questions? All right, I have Councillor Hawkins, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Niebergall, you've given 150 million reasons why we shouldn't do this. I'm going to suggest to you one reason why we should, and I'd like your comment. The life of one person's saved.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very, very fair question. And of course, when a death like the 300 that happen on average in Canada over the 15 million homes, every one of these are tragic. And there is no question about the technology that the previous delegates talked about. It's amazing technology. It works. There's no question about that. The issue is that it is a significant amount of resource that can be used in different ways to accomplish other goals. To your point, you know, we don't see, you know, that again, the data is missing out there. The fire chief might be able to speak a little closer to that, but I think he addressed some of that in the Fire Master Plan. We're not seeing the loss of life here in the newly built neighborhoods compared to the much older neighborhoods that exist. So again, it's about getting the right resources in the right places. You know, is really the goal and the point of our discussion point. Yeah.
A couple more questions, Mr. Chair. I'm reflecting back on the comments of the previous delegation, which pointed out that this is a safety feature not just for the homeowner, but for the firefighters that go to attend on that home. we have a responsibility as a council to be concerned about the safety of our firefighters. Do you agree that this will help save firefighters' lives or save firefighters from injury?
Well, you know, I don't have any expertise, you know, in that particular area. What I would say is, you know, do consider all of our motives here today. You know, as a representative of the home building and rental development building industry, you know, I mean, they have motivations that they want people to buy or rent homes. And so they are very sensitive to anything that would increase the price that pushes out people out of that market. You know, the delegates before me and after me, I mean, they've got strong motivation to sell more sprinklers, right? Again, not taking away from the technology and the work they do, but they've got some strong motivation there. Chief Jackson cares deeply about our community safety from risks under the role in fire and protective services. And Kelton Comrie, the manager of building standards who authored this report, is motivated to ensure buildings are safe to occupy. So two of the representatives, stakeholders in front of you are motivated by gain. The other two are motivated by keeping us safe. So it's very telling to me that the two stakeholders who were tasked with investigating and evaluating this proposal in the report and the fire master plan, looking at all the evidence, did not conclude that making sprinklers mandatory would be a recommendation.
Are the home builders that you represent motivated by providing safe homes to the buyers of those homes?
Yeah, very, very much so. And both the building codes, you know, accomplish that. But again, you know, it's about the costs that you're placing on homeowners that are going to have an exceptionally narrow, you know, an exceptionally narrow outcome. You know, my conversations with Kelton Comrie, again, the manager of building standards, we were talking about that. Like, we came up with several items that we thought would be better investments in our community around protecting health and safety in the home building industry that would certainly take more of a priority in our discussion than, say, this particular initiative.
I'm interested that you mentioned the National Building Code. Can you tell me some of the provisions in the National Building Code which are there to ensure the safety of homes?
Yeah, you know, again, I'm not a code expert in this area, but the code standards have constantly been reviewed. They change, you know, are reviewed and typically come out about every 5 years. You know, I'd have to get the references here for you, but through that code exercise, which is very, very robust, done by the federal government, that involves huge amount of stakeholders, including fire experts, including the, you know, representation from the sprinkler industry, fire chiefs, fire inspectors, et cetera, have not ever come through the codes recommending that this be a mandatory process.
Would the builders that you represent argue that any of the code safety provisions should be removed from the code because they increase the price of new homes?
No, we have never stood in front of this council in my history and have ever argued of removing anything from code or ever building below that standard. We believe very passionately that the NRC, National Resource Canada, who manages the code process, have a very, very robust process that is looking at all of these factors. And so, you know, we definitely support anything that is in the code as a bare minimum as those arise. When municipalities, which has been a growing trend in Canada, start to move above those particular codes, that is never done with the same level of evaluation or rigor that the National Building Code goes through. So that is where we would be questioning sometimes some of those decisions.
Would you dispute the rigor of the expertise that the previous two delegations presented to this council?
No, not at all. I think what they're describing is very accurate. Again, the technology is very, very correct. I do think the costing that was mentioned by the last delegate isn't fully knowledgeable, referring to the the Swift Current, and this is both part of our research, but also highlighted in the report. Both in Swift Current and in Calgary, there were subsidies put in place to get those costs down. In Swift Current, the city of Swift Current subsidized those sprinkler installations to about the tune of about $4,000 per unit to get that cost down. In Calgary, in the subdivision there, again highlighted in the report, the subdivision was going to be exceeding the 10-minute response time. And a fire station was not being planned for that particular community. So alternatively for the developer, it made sense for them to subsidize that particular cost to divert the need for a fire station to be built, so they could move forward with their approvals. Consequently, after the sprinklers were put in place, a fire station was ultimately built in that neighborhood. That developer now, who is going on to their next subdivision that will be serviced by that fire station, is not putting that subsidy in place for the sprinkler system. So we've gone out to the market again a few times. We've been in front of some of the other councils in the local area around this, and over the last 2013, we have found that those costs have been very consistent around the $12,000 per housing unit. Again, we've been using the example of a 1,400 square foot home. As you change the dynamics of that pricing may move, up and down. I'm not suggesting it may not be cheaper in a townhouse, but would be more expensive in a larger home. But it gives you a rough rate on those prices.
So just to be clear, the figure we had was between $4,000 and $5,000 in the Calgary example. Are you suggesting that that figure would be higher?
In Regina, it will be at least $12,000 a home.
And on what do you base that?
We went out to the market, so we went out to the market. We had plumbing companies in Regina. Two of them are highlighted in the report. They are large plumbing companies here, Town and Country in Sterling, who do a bulk of the new homes within our community. And their quotes were both separate and within dollars of each other. And they were $12,000 a home on 1,400 square feet.
Can you supply those quotes to us?
They're already in the report.
I didn't see it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I wanted to ask, we were talking about affordability for homeowners. What would be, in terms of some of the new developments for residential homes, not multi-family residential, but for residential homes, what's the average cost more or less now?
Yeah, I think for using this 1,400 square foot home, you could roughly, again, finishings and other decisions can have a huge impact, on that. I mean, you can build a 1,400 square foot home that's well over $1 million in Regina. But again, I'd say in our marketplace here, you're probably in that $450,000 to $500,000 price point. What we are starting to see, and this council has discussed the issue before in different items, about townhouses versus more single family homes. Right now, in Canada, Saskatchewan and specifically Regina, we do have some of the lowest cost housing right now in the country. And even at that, it's not that people aren't wanting single detached homes, it's that they're not qualifying, And so as homes get more expensive, and the general rule of thumb, and this isn't even factoring in the increasing interest rates that we're seeing right now, but a general rule of thumb you could apply every time a home goes up by about $10,000, about 2% of the Regina population who are in the housing market, are trying to qualify, will be eliminated from qualifying for a mortgage, and then will need to stay in the rental market. So it has consequences.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, the costs that you were referring to from the quotes from Town and Country and the other company,
right.
Was that a quote based on just a single home, or what would cost to do a number of homes, like an entire subdivision? Because that apparently would reduce the costs significantly if it was done over a number of homes.
Yeah, I mean, there would be some cost savings, but I mean, if you look at other parts of the building, I mean, there's tract builders in this city who build, a significant amount of homes, all of them being identical, and fundamentally, their costs aren't dramatically different, than something that's more more custom. I mean, the cost of the supplies or the cost of supplies, so you're going to get some volume discount, but I mean, I don't have a statistic. I mean, maybe that's getting you about 10%. I mean, 15%. It's not cutting the cost in half. That is for sure. So if that applies to all other parts, I mean, the other factor I think that has to be considered, the sprinkler industry, again, the product that they have developed, I mean, is very, very good quality. So there's, again, no question about the technology here whatsoever. What's interesting is they have not invested much as an industry in trying to help consumers make this voluntary decision. Their focus has been a lot on mandating, city councils to make this type of decision. And again, for them, that really will take some level of competition out of the market. If you mandate it citywide, every builder will have to add this on to the house. Why would a plumbing contractor start lowering their prices when it's something that they are going to be guaranteed has to be put in that particular there's no incentive for them to lower their price. In fact, quite opposite. And especially in today's environment where we're seeing supply chain challenges, some of that's very legitimate. There's been lots of that in the marketplace where people are just increasing their prices today, and when asked why, well, we've got supply chain challenges, whether those exist or not, So, I mean, that's in part while we're having the inflation. So again, I don't see anything that's been said today or in the research that would suggest that the costs of these are getting lower.
Okay, follow-up question through the chair. How many of the home builders in Regina that you're aware of recommend or offer voluntary programming of installing sprinklers?
Yeah, I think there's probably a lack in the market of understanding about that. I think that would be actually a pretty fair criticism. I think as an industry, it's probably not promoted much. So if somebody wanted to put one in, nobody's going to say no to that, right? They're going to cost that out and they're going to include it into your house. And coming out of our discussions in the fire master plan with Chief Jackson, we identified that. It's mentioned in the fire master plan, and we've committed to do more, within the community and within the building community to start to promote these, you know, as a volunteer, you know, as a volunteer option. So I would agree today, if you went to buy a home, a builder's probably not talking to you about that. But there are educational pieces that both as a city and as an industry, and as an association, we could start to put into place.
So even though you are suggesting that it would be good to recommend or promote
Yep.
sprinklers, at the same time, you're talking about the high costs. So in a way, you're almost, that whole narrative has kind of discouraged homeowners from even considering it.
Well,
Would you agree?
I think the item comes down to when you're looking at the total cost of the home. As I think right now in the report, the fire master plan says we're at about a 7-minute response time, right? And so as we're approaching that 10-minute response time, you know, things have to be addressed. So I'm going to think of, you know, don't quote me on this because this isn't my area of expertise, but I think of Coopertown, you know, which is starting to move forward. I believe there's about 30,000 people are going to need to ultimately be housed in Coopertown. I would imagine it will need a fire station at some point, and all the services that a fire station provides. And if you cost out 30,000 people living in Coopertown, and you look at the Canadian average, actually the Saskatchewan average of how many people live per unit, 2.3 people per unit, which is, again, the latest Stats Canada information. And you work that math backwards. Interesting enough, Coopertown, to sprinkler all of Coopertown, when it reaches that population, will be $150 million expense. So we're going to have everything sprinklered. That's going to be $150 million. And then we're going to have a fire station somehow paid for on top of that, which ultimately is all going to work its way down to the homeowner and to the taxpayer in one form or another. That is a lot of expense to, again, layer on top of those particular homes.
Okay, thank you. I have no
Yep.
more further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I hear that you don't like option 1, require these in new homes. I'm looking for any reflection on sort of option 2 at page 5, which says mandate that it's offered, then the consumer can choose to accept or not. Do you have any reflection on that option?
Yeah, you know, again, I don't think that's an unreasonable option, right? I think, again, the challenge in it is less that it's an option. Again, I think as an association, maybe working with the Sprinkler Association, we can come up with resources and tools to make that as easy for builders and that to accomplish that. I think that challenge will come back more to the city administration in terms of, you know, the complexity of trying to police that, right? And if it has been done in a meaningful way or not. So there's a lot of complexity around that. But yeah, in theory, that doesn't seem, you know, I know some people in the industry won't like it, but that doesn't seem unreasonable in my own mind anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to you, Mr. Nimble. Good morning. The comments from the previous delegation mentioned about we are working on density, so we building closer. We are closer to one another. You're not disputing that fire sprinklers don't work. I'd like to hear from your perspective as being 2-story, 4plexes. We are living much closer to each other. The 7-minute response time, what would you say to let's say the residents, a buyer, that you don't need a sprinkler?
Yeah, I guess that's the key point is we're not saying you don't need a sprinkler. We're saying that should be in all the decisions you need to make about securing home ownership or, you know, renting, you know, a place. that's going to cost you money. I mean, these are things that you should be making, making decisions about with your money, and about what you value the most in terms of your own safety and security. We didn't establish the 10-minute response time. That's been established by expert bodies, in fire and protective services and so forth. And so what that is telling us is that up to 10 minutes response time, the experts in this particular area are able to provide the security and the safety that's required within that community.
Thank you, Mr. McGold. No, I mean, you're not a firefighter or, a sprinkler installer and all that, but through you, Mr. Chair, things could happen within 2 to 3 to 5 minutes, and we're talking about 7 minutes response time.
I think what's probably not well known, but municipalities, every death is tragic. There is no question about that. Every death there's always, many additional items that can cause those particular risks. It doesn't just come down to the structure. People have made other decisions, and municipalities are making decisions all the time in terms of deaths per 100,000 people. Using Regina as an example, there's pipes going all over this particular city in every direction. And I use this just as an analogy here. And every one of those pipes have a buffer zone. And under a calculation, it's determined a catastrophic failure, how many people per 100,000 would die based on that failure. The municipality is making decisions about that all the time, kind of thing. And all I'm suggesting is that this is another decision like that. And to think about it in that terms. $150 million worth of resource here in 10 years. Think about that in 20 years, which is where we're taking us out to about a population of 300,000 people. That's $300 million going into a very narrow piece that, again, based on the Canadian Sprinklers Association's own stats, 300 deaths in Canada, over 15 million homes. So could this save a life? Absolutely. It's a big cost to save that particular life. While there are other items, like I say out there, that which would actually require a smaller investment over the long term, would actually solve more lives, not related to fire. Those are the decisions municipalities are having to make all the time.
Mr. Mughal, thank you very much. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, I believe.
Thank you for coming through the chair. You made a comment on the complexity of providing the option to the homeowner if that was mandated to make sure that they had that option presented. I just had a vision in my head of possibly like a financial advisor where they give you a prospectus and make sure you sign to say that this was a high-risk investment. Very, very simple. Would it be that complex to actually enable that? Do you have any other insights that made it a complex thing to accomplish?
Again, I think to put together, the educational pieces, to support that, both online, both through our association at the municipality level, to have a form filled out, the challenge will be, it's easy for me to say that because as an association, I'm not going to be checking anybody's form or checking the quality of that, of that discussion, right? Kind of thing. That will fall back to the city administration, to resolve that issue, right?
Thanks for comment.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Stu. Through the chair. Just wondering about insurance. So home insurance, would that be then reduced? Do you think the insurance companies would see this as obviously less risk because they have to put that in? do you think that there would be a reduction in their insurance if, do you know that?
Yeah, so again, I think we might have covered that a little bit in our paper here, perspectives on in-home fire sprinklers. There is some national data, and I don't have it in front of me, but I can certainly provide that. You know, since fire sprinklers have been, been evolving over the last decades, there certainly are insurance companies providing discounts for that. Although it's not all across the board. That will go back to everybody's own policies, and some will value that more than others. Typically, what I've seen out there is those discounts are about 10%. So again, think about that discount on the savings of your own insurance on your own price, taking 10% off of that, it's a couple $100. It's something, right? Kind of thing. That is not going to offset the $12,000 cost of the system.
Okay, and I guess the other piece is that, do you actually see that having this piece is the education that we talked about, is that something that could be entwined with that data that you're talking about when going out to homeowners or promoting safety, the reasons for it, but also that could be something where they do see a reduction in their insurance?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I think, again, if you kind of even Google a bit of this online, you'll see lots of things related to that. And again, we could take that as far as we need to. We could look at, as an association, at putting together a list of insurance companies that provide that discount, speak to the local insurance companies. Again, we're prepared to do some work around this item. And again, Chief Jackson and myself have had that conversation about, with the fire master plan, about that we've got a role to play in this.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Mr. Niebuhr, in some of the other examples that are provided where this is mandated or where the developer had done it voluntarily based upon a response time, there's been some offer of subsidy or rebate. I've had a couple of my fellow council colleagues ask about option number 2 with regards to the offerings being mandated, so to speak. Do you see any benefit to mandating that it be offered coupled with a potential property tax portion rebated for the cost of that installation? Like, would that make any sense from the city in order to encourage it?
Well, I think that philosophically, we see that in lots of areas, and we've been in front of this council over the years many times related to these type of subjects, whether it's the provincial government PST rebate, whether it's the energy and sustainability subsidy you just put in place that starts this week about, there's no doubt citizens respond very well to any time government puts in a little bit of money, to get them over the tipping point. I don't see why this would be any different, to help cover those costs. I think there's no question about, sprinkler systems. They're a great added feature to your home, right? And again, if people feel that would be beneficial to their resources that they can put forward, yes. No different than solar panels or anything else. They all have their own merit, and they all have their own value. The challenge is, as a country, coming right down to our particular city, we can mandate absolutely everything is possible, and Canadians, who already have some of the best homes built in the world, clearly would have the best homes ever built at any given time that nobody can afford. that is the challenge.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. I just have one. You mentioned talking to Town and Country Plumbing and Heating, and who was the other contractor you talked to?
Sterling Plumbing and Heating.
Sterling, thank you.
Yeah.
So you talked to two plumbing contractors. Did you talk to the contractor that was just here previously that said he's doing it for $4,000 to $5,000 in Calgary? Did you talk to Troy Life and Fire Safety?
Have not talked to them, don't know them, was not actually familiar with them until today. Love to talk to them, find out how they are providing that particular pricing. We did have Town and Country speak to Upner, because we had heard about these $4,000 Upnor, I should say, you know, the multinational supplier of this. They knew of no such system that they could get in at that particular price. Back in 2013, when I'm trying to think the name of the fire region around Regina Prairie. Anyway, they were looking at this in Pilot Butte in terms of mandating that. And at that time, and I can provide those quotes, we had Vipon provide those quotes, and they were providing those at like $15,000 to $18,000 at that particular price. So again, I'm sure prices will vary, you know, kind of thing. I don't see anything that looks like, I haven't seen anything out there that looks like $4,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we do have a contractor that just testified to that. So thank you for addressing the Executive Committee, and ask that you please return to the gallery. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Sean Pierce. Please introduce yourself, Sean, for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee members may have for you. Go ahead, Sean. Sean, you might have to press *6 to unmute.
My apologies. I'll start again.
Yes, go ahead, Sean.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, Your Worship, members of council, my name is Sean Pierce. I'm a former chief officer with Toronto Fire Services. I was the fire protection consultant to Brookfield Residential in Calgary for the Livingston development, a consultant to the Government of Ontario for the retrofit of sprinklers and care facility program across the province of Ontario, and I currently work for the Lubrizol Corporation. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for not being there. I'd planned on being there, but got struck with the COVID stick, and I'm a bit of a disaster. So thank you for doing this virtually. I'd like to applaud the measures being considered here today. Concepts like this can bring a lot of stress as builders are concerned about adding costs and life safety professionals try and drive change. Both viewpoints have the validity for sure. The first step to a sound decision is to accept the cost factor implications. Fire sprinklers add cost. With that out of the way, can they also reduce cost? It is important to look for means to offset costs for builders so that they can realize a savings when adding this form of fire protection to a home. I had the good fortune to ask for a subcommittee of Alberta Municipal Affairs to examine this, and was granted standing on that committee over a year ago. The committee was made up of code officials, builders, and myself. We examined Part 3 of the National Building Code and reviewed all allowances permitted in Part 3 for sprinklered buildings. We then made several code change requests to NRC for Part 9 using the same principles as applied in Part 3. So in Part 9, there are no allowances as they are. So for small buildings, there are no allowances for sprinklers like they are in larger buildings. These changes have been submitted and are currently being reviewed at small buildings and fire protection committees at NRC. The adoption of these changes should generate a potential net gain for builders if they choose to use them. Another potential savings that's available is in fire flow calculations. Fire Underwriter Surveys has reductions in fire flow flows for municipalities in sprinklered communities. This could also be a savings for developers and municipalities. Smaller pipe mains mean reduced turbidity, could potentially reduce water treatment costs as well. Parts of our country are adopting 12-story fully sprinklered mass timber construction this month. Based on this, it is not unreasonable to look at 4-story wood frame single-family homes, or at least loft permits for sprinklered buildings, as the travel distance allowances for sprinklered buildings would generally fall within this range. This would provide builders with many options, including access to a market of first-time home buyers who are buying their first home with a friend or a sibling so that they can enter the market. I wanted to address costs first because it truly is the basis for not adding fire sprinklers. These costs are real and everyone is entitled to their margin, and it should not be ignored. But it should not rule out this bylaw. I would hope that instead it builds a partnership with stakeholders to drive change. The next question is why, and you will have heard some of this already. Just last week, Stats Canada released a report on the circumstances around unintentional fire deaths. The report calls out an average of about 250 fire deaths annually in Canada over the last 15 to 20 years. And fire deaths, while we look at average numbers, they go up and down, and it's very random. Colder months definitely have more fires. People aged 45 and older are more likely to perish in a fire, as well as young children. This speaks to the ability of certain age groups to self-rescue. Unfortunately, municipal response times are often not enough to stop this. The key missing component is the time it takes to make a 911 call and then respond. And given the fact that flashover is occurring in as little as 2 minutes now, toxic smoke released from a fire prior to this is generally not survivable. It is important to note that another StatsCan document, it has been recorded that no one has perished in an accidental fire in Canada where the building is protected by fire sprinklers. A fact that is often overlooked is the impact on our healthcare system as well, for those that survive a fire and sustain multiple injuries. Sunnybrook Hospital has generated data from their burn center here in Ontario that shows the average cost to treat a burn patient is $84,000 a year. They did this by reviewing autopsy and injury reports from 1998 to 2012. Both of the above studies found that most people perish from smoke inhalation, which is limited by fire sprinklers. The rapid response of a fire sprinkler and the extinguishment of that fire produces steam, which looks like white smoke, but it's actually steam, and allows people to safely exit a home while fire crews have time to respond. So now we understand why. It is that fire sprinklers protect our most vulnerable members of society, the rest of us, and our first responders, as they will encounter a far less dangerous condition when responding to a call. The design of the system is critical as well. The use of non-testable backflow devices also reduces cost to the municipality.
Sean,
yep.
You're at your 5 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up, please, and then we'll open it up for
Perfect.
questions.
Thank you. Reduce cost by approximately $800. Incoming water mains need to be sized up. The tech systems that we were talking about earlier can be a struggle. I understand that this is a big decision for this council. You must weigh the pros and cons of each perspective. I believe we're in a position where building code changes will make this an affordable option, and it'll work to eliminate fire deaths in Regina like Vancouver has done. I don't think, though, it'll happen without collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I will open it up to questions of the committee. I have Mayor Masters first.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Sir, you mentioned healthcare costs related to fires. Healthcare costs are a provincial issue. Do you have any insight into why provinces wouldn't mandate sprinklers in buildings then?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Worship. It's the same difficulty that you're encountering today. There are various opinions and viewpoints on this, and it's a struggle for anybody to make this decision. And that was one of the primary reasons why I asked for that subcommittee in Alberta to drive code change. I think it would be in province's best interest to do this, but I don't see it happening.
Thank you for that answer. Again, through you, Chair. There was also a comment you made. You opened up with costs because that's what everyone is staring at, and the affordability of homes. But you made a comment about builders' margins. It would be the understanding that the cost of the building, including the cost of sprinklers, would simply be passed down to the purchaser. However, the margins made on installation of the sprinklers are actually the protected margin in this particular element. In terms of increasing costs to homeowners themselves, how do you rationalize that? If you're sitting here in council seat right now, how do you rationalize passing that cost off to a homeowner?
So, you know what, it's an option that people who have them will want to continue doing them. So we talk about Livingston, and they are no longer a requirement in Livingston, and all but one builder is continuing to sprinkler in that community. And the other builder is getting numerous requests to continue sprinkling the homes that they're selling. So awareness is a big part of this. And I understand the position builders are in, I really do. But people who are aware of the benefit will generally accept the cost. I understand the comment of extending costs to home buyers, but the reality is we don't set the cost of our home. The market sets the cost of our home. If I was to sell my house today, a real estate agent would come in and tell me what I would be able to sell it for based on the market. If I chose to sell it or list it for what I think it's worth, I would never sell my home. And that's a struggle home builders live in and day out. So adding cost has a direct impact on their revenue.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for presenting today.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Next, I have Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, through Chair. Mr. Tracy, you mentioned about incentives. Can you give some examples?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 8 code change requests in right now, and these are code change requests that have some adoption as alternative solutions in Alberta and is helping to drive sprinklering in Alberta beyond Livingston and Hotchkiss, which was talked about as the second community. The increased opening sizes and dimensions on buildings when they're sprinklered is one in particular that where builders, people like windows, even if you're 3 feet away, like my home is from your neighbor, they still want sunlight in all the rooms in their home. And so when you sprinkler a home, these are shifts from part 3 that we're moving to part 9 that make homes easier to sell and more valuable for sure. I can send the code change request to council so that you have them and you can see them. It would take work on staff's part as well to examine these and see if there's, before the code's released, if there's something here that that this staff and this council would be prepared to offer builders going forward. And then there's local options, things that are unique to the city of Regina that, builders are struggling with right now, that you could work on to try and find solutions using sprinklers. And it's just not something we've ever done before. And I think to have this conversation without the concept of allowances is just a little, it could be short-sighted.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, one more if I may. You mentioned something about the fire underwriter survey and water supply. What does that mean? And you mentioned something about, if I'm correct, remind me, firefighting demand not be able to be met. What do you mean by that?
So fire underwriter survey sets your fire flow requirements for your municipality. And within their guidance, there is an allowance for a reduction of water main size into sprinklered areas because the fire flows are reduced. And in some cases, it can be up to as much as a 50% reduction. So what that does for a municipality is it affects water treatment costs as smaller pipe size reduces turbidity and makes treatment of potable water a little bit easier. But it's a benefit from pipe sizing, maintenance and care of the water system as well.
Okay, thank you. And then one more. This in the report, it talks about swift current and the costs and all that. In your opinion, how realistic or how real that those costs are?
Yeah, so those costs are real for a PEX Uponor multi-purpose system, and there's a number of factors for that. The PEX systems are installed by plumbers; they're not sprinkler contractors. They cannot make changes to a system because they're not licensed installers without going back to Uponor for a drawing change and a design change. Because of the dimension of the piping, they have to use almost 3 times as much pipe. They use what's called multi-port head adapters to feed 3 PEX lines into each sprinkler head. So they use 3 times the piping that a standalone, hybrid passive purge system uses. So for a PEX flow-through system, those numbers are real. Builders in Calgary did try that. They experienced the exact same issues that Swift Current has experienced. Piping run in unprotected attics where the pipe froze, and they've every single one of them has switched to the design that I generated for Brookfield that was then taken to the market for pricing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more. Previous delegation, I believe you were listening, talking about the cost where a plumbing contract would be $12,000, and we heard one delegation before that where it could be $4,000 to $5,000. Is that what you're making? Is someone understanding your comment you just made about too much pipe, whatever? So can you explain that to me?
Yeah. So when you're using that much more pipe, I mean, the pipe is a fixed cost. It's labor that's the problem. So if you have to install, an extra 150 feet of pipe, the labor factor that goes into installing that extra pipe is absolutely going to drive those costs up. And the standalone passive purge systems, they're just more efficient to install. Mr. Edwards can comment on how fast they're installing it, but my understanding is they're not affecting builder schedules, and they're installing these systems in as little as 7 hours.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frondura. I have Councillor Stadnichuk next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, thank you for speaking to us today. My question, I just want to clarify what I think I heard you say, and I believe you said that no one has perished in a fire where a sprinkler system is in place. Is that what you said? And could you repeat your statement on that, please?
Yeah, so no one has perished in an accidental fire where a sprinkler system is in place. So the report that was quoted from NRC that looked at costing, that report has a fairly substantial flaw in it. It included a fire in Vancouver that was actually a murder, and the sprinkler system had been turned off. And that greatly skewed the numbers, but it was a fatality. So the reality is no one in Canada has died as a result of an accidental fire where a fire sprinkler system is in place and operational.
Thank you for that. So through the chair, we've also heard some commentary that with the sprinkler system in place, how it is safer for our fire and protective services, our firefighters who go into the buildings. Do you have any information or comment on that?
Yeah, I started my life on the back of a fire truck, and I have presumptive legislation that still protects me here in Ontario based on that. I've lost friends from the fire service to job-related cancers, and the we live in a society that's far more disposable than ever before. And there's always a commentary around new versus old homes, and old homes were built out of far more natural materials, and the toxicity of the smoke was nowhere near as great. New homes are built out of far more synthetic materials, including what we put in our homes, including our furniture, and so it's not just home construction; it's our contents as well that are driving these flashover in time reductions, and firefighters are then exposed to the toxicity of the smoke generated from home building materials, but as well our contents. And if you have a sprinkler that can help to diminish a fire and keep it at bay in the room of origin until firefighters arrive, they're far less likely to be exposed to the levels of toxicity that they would be in a building without sprinklers.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, Mr. Chair, is we heard from our very first delegation that he installed a sprinkler system in a home after a fire had been, where there had been a fatality, right, and a fire in the home. If somebody wanted, there's been a lot of discussion today about the costs, and there's different numbers about the cost to install sprinkler systems. I imagine the cost to install a sprinkler system in a home that's already built versus new construction, to be installing it while a home is being constructed, would be significantly different. Do you have any information on that?
So it is absolutely more expensive because there's a lot of patch and repair work that has to be done to conceal the pipe. I just finished retrofitting my home with the help of industry colleagues, and it cost me in around $7,000 to do it, and that was with a lot of support from the industry. I can tell you, though, the person who was least happy about the work was my wife, with the mess that it generated, and that's always a consideration as well. But I feel better for having sprinklers in my home today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. We have Mayor Masters, I believe.
You both hit it at the same time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I just have a follow-up question to some of this confusion around costing. Councillor Fundura had raised it again in terms of explaining. So if we have a number, and we have no reason to dispute the cost of our local contractors in terms of $12,000 per unit, even in a discount for multiples of, call it $10,000, why is there a discrepancy between the number locally here and the other numbers council has been given today?
The numbers locally that you're using are plumbing contractors installing Uponor-based systems using PEX pipe. And so the interior diameter of that pipe is substantially smaller than a standalone sprinkler system. And in order to get the adequate amount of water to each sprinkler head, they have to feed each sprinkler head with 2, sometimes 3 lines of water. So you're factoring, if you imagine every sprinkler head in a home and you're adding all that additional pipe feeding from all different directions in order to get the adequate flow, you're adding labor and you're adding material cost. The other problem with using a plumber is that the plumber can't make changes. So as a building is built, as fantastic as it would be to build it straight off a drawing and it beats exactly to that drawing, that's not actually the case. And so, something that's missing on a drawing, like a bulkhead that acts as an obstruction to a sprinkler pattern, a sprinkler contractor, a fitter, a licensed fitter in Canada, can make those changes and submit an as-built drawing showing the changes that were made and that the calculations still work. And so it's done instantly. Plumbers have to carry a factor to cover them while they're waiting for Uponor to come back with a design change. And that's if they, and that part of the problem we saw in Calgary was they weren't even recognizing that they had design problems. And part of what I did at Livingston was I trained the safety code officers on how to inspect 13D systems, and they were catching these things in these buildings that were then pushing the costs up even higher, because it was post, it was just before closing, and they were having to go back in, cut and patch to move sprinkler heads and different things like that. So these systems installed by plumbers, they've been around for a long time. They meet local requirements. Our plumbers just don't have the experience and the wherewithal to transfer it into fire protection, and that's where the costs are coming from.
So mandating, thank you, through the chair. So mandating sprinkler systems in all new residential builds from a construction cost perspective would be done cheaper by licensed sprinkler fitters, is what you're saying?
Absolutely, it would be done cheaper by licensed sprinkler contractors.
Do you have a sense for how much cheaper from $12,000?
So when Livingston started, my design went to the market, and Troy won that bid, and their number when Livingston started was $3,600. So with various cost increases and different things like that, they're now up just over $4,000. When you compare that to how other costs have risen, it's still a very manageable increase over time. But the numbers that John Edwards gave you, I can tell you 100% factually that though I see those invoices, those are absolutely the numbers that all the builders in Livingston are paying.
Thank you. One final question through the chair. How many licensed sprinkler fitters companies are there in Saskatchewan? Do you have an understanding of that?
I wish I could help you with that. Perhaps John or the gentleman from Viking could help you with that. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're at our 10:30 break, and I have several questions for this delegate. With your indulgence, I'd love to complete my questions, and then we'll have break. Okay. There's two other delegates after this, but after we're done with Sean Pierce here, then we'll have our break. Sounds good? Okay. Okay, Sean, a lot of my questions were asked, actually. I was interested to hear that you generated this design, and then Troy Life and Fire Safety won the bid, and they're the contractor who's a local Regina contractor, is completing the installations in Calgary. So I'm curious about the engineering requirements. I think you mentioned some before, but if you'd like to elaborate.
So in Calgary, one of the deals we made while negotiating with Brookfield and the city of Calgary was that we would get the designs stamped. There is no requirement for NFPA 13D designs to have an engineer stamp. And so, that was done in an effort to help, quell any concerns or fears. But these sprinkler contractors have fully licensed sprinkler designers, and they can complete these designs without an engineering stamp, and they'll stand behind them. And if if you're looking at this as an option, then the removal of that stamp will also save about $250 to $300 per home.
Okay, interesting. Are there any other options for other cost offsets?
Yeah, so there's the one thing I think that we struggle to look at is what builders are struggling with. And so The market, inflation is tough right now. The market's changing. And so, one of the things I brought up was the concept of locked permits for homes and giving builders that option and using travel distance allowances to do that in sprinkler buildings. And I think that it increases the value of the home beyond just the sprinkler system. And so people get, something more tangible, and builders have access to, a whole other market. If you can get, the concept of secondary suites, which is really what's helping to drive the shift in Livingston for people to continue to sprinkler. The secondary suite concept and sprinklering the whole house. There are a lot of families, siblings buying their first home together in Livingston, and I don't think enough people talk about that. But it reminds me of when my parents first came to Canada from the UK. People were buying homes with cousins to enter the market, and I think that we're back to that, and sprinklers are going to make the concept of a secondary suite just a safer thing.
Okay, excellent. I think you already answered most of this question with other councillors' questions. So I'm just curious. So about the builders in Calgary continuing to sprinkler in whatever areas after the requirement was removed. So is that happening often? Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, so all but one builder has chosen to continue sprinklering without question. And that one builder is getting fairly regular requests to sprinkler the homes that they're selling. And we're working on, I'm helping them try to find a way. They want to sprinkler. They absolutely want to sprinkler, but everything's about cost. And again, the market sets the price for what you sell a home for. If they remove sprinklers, in theory, they could be, that $3,000 or $4,000 less per house in a community like Livingston. So we're looking at other potential ways that they could offset those costs that with the City of Calgary and the safety codes officers there to try and help them get where they want to be. They would rather sprinkler, that one builder who's chosen not to. But cost drives almost everything in our lives, and I accept that.
Okay. Just curious, this question was asked of somebody else, maybe the current insurance companies that offer a discount, do you know which companies they are?
So my insurance company offers a discount, Aviva. Cooperators offers probably the most aggressive discount in the market, but it's a step discount. So they want you to take your safety a little more seriously. If you put in a sprinkler system, you'll get 7%, and then if you add monitoring to that and a home alarm system, through a home alarm system, they'll bump it up again. And if you put leak detection in at the same time, you can get up to as much as 20% back on your home insurance. And that's definitely the most aggressive. I know I have leak detection in my home from my insurance company. They sent me the detectors for free. They're attached to my Wi-Fi network. If there's any water on my basement floor or near my laundry machine or my dishwasher, it just sends a signal to my phone that something's going on. So it's all very simple and easy to use, and in most cases, insurance companies provide the services for free to try and reduce their costs. So you've got to, I think people have to reach out to their insurer. One of the difficulties is we really don't pay a lot for home insurance in Canada compared to our neighbors in the U.S., which is where the insurance reduction numbers really come from. They pay substantially more for home insurance, but Canadian insurers are starting to adopt either tiered or just a flat out reduction for sprinkling homes.
Okay, excellent, Sean. Thank you very much for presenting, and thanks for pointing out Cooperators Insurance. That's who I was. That's a good company here with lots of offices. So You have yourself a great day. And I think we will move to having our 15-minute break now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Returning at 10:52. I would like to call upon Delegation Sean Tracy. Sean, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee members may have for you. You can go ahead, Sean.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to first confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sean Tracy. I am from Ottawa, Ontario. I am a fire protection engineer, retired deputy fire chief for the city of Ottawa. I'm the past Canadian regional manager for the National Fire Protection Association, past chairman of the board of the Canadian Centre for Emergency Preparedness, and I am currently the voluntary chair of the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition of Canada. The Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition of Canada's mandate is to educate on the benefits of sprinklers for consumers, elected officials, developers, builders, and the fire service. We have a number of online resources that we provide that provide information on and research on sprinklers and the benefits of those, and that can be seen at www.homefiresprinklercanada.ca. In addition to that, we provide stipends, annual stipends to fire departments to help in their public education campaigns for sprinklers. I have a couple of key points I want to bring up today, and that is recognizing a lot of the material that has been presented to you so far. I've truncated some of my presentation to avoid going and duplicating that. But to give you a very quick history of sprinklers, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs have been actually proactively promoting sprinklers in residential properties since the early 1990s, and we've seen mandatory sprinklers in Canada since 1992 with the city of Vancouver. And currently there are over 30 plus municipalities with bylaws across BC, Alberta, and Quebec that mandate sprinklers. But more importantly, what we are seeing is a growing number of these developments are actually making it part of a development planning approval process. These do not require municipal bylaws, but are addressed in the approval of individual development plans for communities. Part of the reason why I am such a strong proponent with regards to sprinklers is because of the fundamental limitations that we have with our National Building Code here in Canada. We have to remember that the National Building Code is really based on 1950s technology and building-to-building fire spread testing that was done in the 1950s. And right now, what we know is that modern fires burn hotter, quicker, and are more toxic than they were just 20 years ago. That's supported by research by the National Fire Protection Association, Underwriters Laboratories, and the National Research Council of Canada. Right now, a homeowner has less than 2 minutes from the ignition of fire until such time as it becomes untenable due to either smoke or carbon monoxide in the home. And right now, under 6 minutes from a basement fire ignition when the floors begin to fail in our modern construction. Sprinklers have proven time and time again that they give the additional needed time to protect our vulnerable occupants, to be able to give them time to safely evacuate, reduce injuries, reduce fatalities, reduce health concerns for firefighters due to cancers and floor failures, and also reduce the overall impact on the environment. All of those supported by research such as FM Global, National Research Council of Canada, Underwriters Laboratories, and others. In a sense, they represent the trifecta of smart, green, and safe technology. Most recently in 2022, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs published a white paper on the incentivization of sprinklers, and that can be addressed through their website. And essentially what it says is that our approach really with regards to sprinklers to date and the general consensus of the fire chiefs across Canada after consultation with groups such as home builders, provincial associations, provincial regulatory bodies, is that we need to change our approach. We need to take a look at incentivization of sprinklers in order to make this work. And by that, we need to look at individual development level approvals and what considers when we look at approval of these subdivisions. I'll be quite frank, the National Building Code addresses how we build an individual building or a single family home. But what's lacking in many communities across Canada is a development plan and what are the standards for development. And when we look at that, we can see where we can start taking a look at incentives to increase the affordability of sprinklers. And as Sean Pierce stated earlier, actually, we can actually make sprinklers part of the affordable home housing issue in Canada. And that is why the CAFC, HFSC, and others are actually supporting the initiatives coming out of Calgary and the home builders there, Brookfield Properties, to see national changes to the National Building Code of Canada that look at sprinklering in stacked townhomes and secondary suites to make these more affordable.
Sean, you've reached your 5 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up and then we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, very fast. A single development, a single lot in Regina right now on Realty.ca sells for $200,000. If we can just increase 2 additional lots in those subdivisions by looking at limiting distances, that sprinklers over 60 homes in that subdivision for free that the homeowners do not have to pay for, and it represents builders' profit. So we need to take a look at these. And the community plan for Regina also does not address fire underwriter survey and water supply for these outlying areas. You need over 8,000 liters per minute to get to a single family home in these areas. If you sprinkler, you only need 2,000 liters per minute. That's a huge potential savings to the city of Calgary on having to not upgrade their water supplies to these areas. So again, sprinklers make sense if you consider these issues. It does not replace the fire department response, but it gains the needed time for safe evacuation of occupants and can actually be done without having the cost borne.
Sean, we'll open it up for questions now. Okay, so I'll see if any of my fellow councillor colleagues have any questions for you. Okay, I don't see anybody having any questions, so I do have a few. So you were talking about it, but then I cut you off here. So in regards to extra homes in an area, water supply, water volume, you were saying something about that. Yeah, I'm just curious how that would play out.
Okay, so again, the National Building Code just tells us how we build a single family home. You have development standards that turn around and look at how we develop subdivisions with regards to communities. The standard that we look at is the NFPA 1142 standard says that if you start putting 100 homes into a subdivision, you have to have two separate means of ingress in there. What's happened in some of these subdivisions in Southern Ontario, in order to get them to proceed, we went with single access road in. That saved and got the developer 2 additional lots and allowed the development to proceed. And as a result of those 2 additional homes, that was, again, pure profit for the developer in those particular cases and paid for all of the subdivisions in those, all the sprinklers in those subdivisions. The other aspect is water supply. Fire Underwriters Survey, which sets the insurance ratings for Regina and all of Canada, would require a single-family combustible home requiring 8,000 liters per minute of demand for firefighting. That represents huge significance. Water mains, water services, the bill needs to be able to pump that from Regina out to those new subdivisions. However, under FUS, if you sprinkler all of those properties, you're looking at 2,000 liters per minute. And those are costs that are, again, saved by the city of Regina, not having to upgrade your water mains to the new subdivision areas.
Okay, interesting. I wasn't aware of that information. Thank you. So you mentioned incentives. Do you have any examples?
Right. Well, the examples that we're seeing a lot in Southern Ontario is those where, again, a clear-cut example is if you were outside of the emergency response times, outside of the 8-minute response times, you would have to limit or double the limiting distances, the gaps between homes. So instead of having a 1.5 meter to a lot line, you'd have to go to 3 meters. So what happens then is if you sprinkler the property, it allows them to reduce the lot line separations. Because of the sprinklers, you can increase the fenestration, the number of windows between homes. And so as a result now of, say, having only 60 homes in a subdivision, you can squeeze in potentially, say, 80 homes in a subdivision. That, again, represents an incentive to the developer to sprinkler. There's also the reduction in the number of fire hydrants and hydrant spacings, the water main reductions. All of these are development costs that are incentives to the city or the developer to use that reduces the costs of the sprinkler installs so that the homeowners don't have to bear those costs.
Excellent. None of that was in our report, so thank you very much for explaining that.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these reports that we do that get are just a one-off. They look at only one dimension, and you need to look at all of the potential costs. And this is why the CASC is suggesting sitting down and having everybody look at the incentivizations.
Yes, I agree, sir. Okay, you mentioned something about the fire underwriter survey on water supplies. I think you might have already answered the question in regards to volumes, and I think you said pipe sizes for savings for the city. So I'm just not sure if you'd like to elaborate.
Yes. So again, fire underwriter survey sets the dwelling protection ratings for communities, which are then used by the insurance companies to set the insurance gradings and premiums. So what happens then is that if all of those homes in the subdivision are sprinklered, you can reduce the potential water supply requirements that are needed to that entire subdivision. You cannot do that if it's voluntary, but you can do it if all of the homes are in the subdivision are sprinklered. This reduces the volume, it reduces the risk of having turbidity problems, it reduces maintenance costs, it reduces the sprinkler costs. And as a result, 40% of actually those gradings that FUS uses is on water supply. It actually directly reduces the cost, or it directly impacts the grading that that community receives, more so even than having a quick fire department response, because it's a 40% impact on those gradings that they use for assessing their communities.
Okay, excellent. I'm very happy to hear about potential savings for the city on this front. Curious about a few more questions for you, actually. Curious about fire performance at houses and firefighter safety being considered in the building code itself.
Currently, it is not. Right now, in the United States, as an example, the International Residential Code mandates that floors in new homes have to be protected with sheetrock unless the house is protected with a sprinkler. The NFPA building code also requires houses to be sprinklered and the floors to be protected. The National Building Code does not require floors to be protected. I am currently on a joint task group with the National Building Code that would look at changing this so that every new home built would require floors to be protected with sheetrock, basement floors, the basement ceilings to be protected, unless the home is protected with a sprinkler system. And that is because those floors fail just 6 minutes into the course of a fire, at the same time that the fire department is arriving to show up to do an interior fire attack in these properties. And so we're trying to meet and match what is being done in the international codes with what the Canadian building codes are. We're about 20 years behind on this.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at your graph. I believe this is a Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition graph. It's figure number 9, home fire timeline on page 115 of the city's fire master plan. So it speaks here to how a fire would unfortunately move so quickly from the start of the fire. And then it says 2 to 3 minutes without fire sprinklers, there's little time to escape. at 3 to 5 minutes, no one survives flashover. Okay? So I'm really wondering, where did this 10-minute response time come from that you hear other municipalities talk about? Because that's,
Yes.
we're talking 2 to 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes in this graph.
Yes. And when you take a look at how the national building codes are written, a lot of it is done by convention, consensus of the groups and the people participating in it and the committees. And that was a recommendation of the committees at the time as being sort of an arbitrary convention figure that would be used that would represent a reasonable response time from most municipalities across Canada. It doesn't, in our opinion, doesn't reflect what the actual science says, and that is 6 minutes. Floors are collapsing. 4 minutes in the start of initiation of a fire, the occupants are going to be overcome by either carbon monoxide or temperature or smoke obscuration. It was a convention that was agreed upon by the various people participating in the development of the codes and standards of what they could all live with at the time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to make a little plug for my neighborhood. The fact that you said there's one way in and out of a new neighborhood. I have that problem in one of the neighborhoods I represent. And that was very interesting to me that you pointed out that that's a possibility with sprinklering a whole neyborhood. So thank you very much for pointing out all of the cost savings. And I don't think there's any other questions. So I really appreciate you presenting, and you have yourself a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Joanne Gauthier. Forgive me if I mispronounced your last name. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee members may have for you. Go ahead, Joanne.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and I thank you, council members, for allowing the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association to present to you this morning. Unfortunately, I'm not there in person. I would have liked to have been. We just completed our annual general meeting, and I'm new to the Western provinces. So I'd like to, I've kind of modified my presentation after hearing from several of my colleagues in what I call, we are in the life safety industry. So bear with me. What I've noticed is cost seems to be the blade of grass that keeps surfacing. And I get that. I understand that is an area of concern. However, council members, I don't believe that there is a price that we can put on life. And I say that coming from somebody who did not have a background in the fire world, the life safety world. I came into CASA, and I'm just going to say it briefly because I know I only have 5 minutes, but I came into CASA not even knowing really much about fire sprinklers. And I can tell you they have impacted my life in ways I can't even explain. So I'm gonna start by one of the stories that really impacted me. I am now living in Alberta. I've recently just moved here from Ontario, but originally I was hired with CASA in Ontario. So I'll cover a little bit about that role, but first I'm going to talk about Chestermere, Alberta. Back in July of 2021, the impact of this house fire was unbelievable. The loss of 4 children and 3 adults from not having fire sprinklers. Now, the fire, I can't remember which council member asked about a fire station being, 7 minutes away. This fire station was 5 minutes away, the local fire department, and there were 7 casualties. So to ask the owner of that home what he did this year. He called on one of our contractors to build him a new home with fire sprinklers. And our contractor, not knowing who he was, asked if it was for insurance purposes or for himself. And the contractor said to me, I had no idea what story was about to unfold. I didn't know who this man was, but it was moving. And so he found out that it wasn't for insurance purposes, because insurance purposes, there would be certain areas of a home that would not be sprinklered according to code, but for personal reasons, a homeowner can request a fire sprinkler in more areas than what the minimum code requires. So that's just one story. One story amongst many. So my role with CASA, I was hired to go on the ground. I was hired to bring awareness to fire sprinklers. And the way we figured we would do this would be through fire departments when they have open houses and you have the communities coming in to speak to us. And I have had so many questions about fire sprinklers, from little kids to, seniors. And I devoted the first 5 years of my life to doing that in Ontario. I'm in my 6th year now, so that's how new I am in this industry. And in the communities, we would set up tables and use a lot of public educational materials. There's all kinds of stats, there's all kinds of stories, but I can tell you, I was open ears to many stories of people who have been impacted by home fires. And had they known that life safety fire sprinklers could save their lives, they wouldn't have hesitated. Because, one thing that I'm going to stress is a lot of people are thinking fire sprinklers, it'll save my property. That is not the purpose of a fire sprinkler. A fire sprinkler's purpose is to save your life, to get you out of the house. And the Underwriters Laboratory back in 2009 conducted a side-by-side burn showing one cell with new modern furnishings and another cell that was built with legacy furnishings, home furnishings, just to show how quickly a home fire could catch. And what they discovered was that in new modern furnishings,
Joanne,
Yeah.
you've reached your 5 minutes, so I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up, and then we'll open up to questions from council.
Okay, so I'll just quickly do that one. So in 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the new furnishings was in flashover. There's no one alive at that point. The legacy furnishings was over 25 minutes. Things have changed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent, thank you very much. Those were definitely some interesting examples. Let's open up to my colleagues if they have any questions at all. Okay, I have Councillor Findera.
Thank you for taking your time to present. I heard you very strongly talked about it's human life that we're talking about with sprinklers. My question to you, money, sprinklers, costs, and you specifically zeroed in very strongly on protecting life. Is that your strongest opinion?
Are you asking me, Mr. Counselor, if that's my strongest opinion?
That's what I'm asking, yes.
So, yes, it is. And I'm going to tell you, and I say that with experience, because from being on the ground, 5 minutes was so little for what I could say with the impacts. I go to burn camps, and I've spoken to parents who've had children, who've lost children, who they have children who survived. They've survived. Some have lost. It's basically it's the cost of a granite countertop. There's not one mother in the world who would say, I will sacrifice my child for a granite countertop. Not one. Not one.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I was having a look here. Mayor Masters, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thanks for your presentation. Can I ask again, I missed it when I was writing it down, what organization are you representing today?
So I am with the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association. I'm the National Field Operations Manager and the Western Regional Manager.
And can you tell me, so you're an association that represents individuals or companies?
No, we are a Trade Contractors Association, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that answer. Sorry, I'm just writing it down. I guess my question is, do you have any indication within the city of Regina how many sprinkler contractors there would be?
I can tell you in Saskatchewan, we have 8 union contractors, okay, and 4 of them are national. And all of those but one are CASA members, so which are Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association members of CASA.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other councillors have any questions? I have several. All right. So the Chestermere, Alberta fire, it's a pretty sad situation that happened there. Just a couple confirmation questions. So you said 7 people passed away, and just curious if this house was a newer home or a relatively new home.
Yes, Councillor, it's 7 people, 7 fatalities, which are 4 children and 3 adults, and it was a newer home.
Okay, thank you. Is the trade compulsory in Saskatchewan? And what does that mean? Might have to explain it to some of the councillors here present, what compulsory means.
Yes, it is. Thank you for asking that question. That was part of my original presentation because that's something I hold dear also. It is a compulsory trade, which means you need a certificate of qualification in order to practice in the trade. And that is governed by the Saskatchewan Apprenticeship and Trade Certification Commission. So there are 4 primary functions to that organization. And the first one is they train apprentices. Second one certifies tradespeople and apprentices. They regulate the apprenticeship system of training, and it promotes apprenticeship as a way for employers to meet labor market requirements. Now, I'm going to tell you from my role how important certification was in Ontario because I got to be part of that. When I started in 2016, it was not compulsory. 2017, February 2nd, in Ontario, it became a compulsory trade, which meant that there was a governing body that could show up at a job site and ask any sprinkler fitter for their certificate of qualification. If they did not have a certificate of qualification, they were not qualified nor licensed to be doing that work. So that was what part of my role at that point was to work with authorities having jurisdictions, which are fire departments and municipalities, to educate them on the importance of CFQ holders, sprinkler fitters who had a CFQ, certificate of qualification. And I can tell you, there were so many issues from not being a certified trade because you had plumbers, you had mechanics, you had all kinds of different people. You had a lot of it was alarm technicians who are not journey person. They're technicians who would be installing life safety system. This was dangerous. We've recently just had a retirement home out in Picton, Ontario, where the whole system was compromised. and it was just discovered. And this was 6 years after the build. But by working with the AHJ, he actually went in there and sent me photographs and said, does this look right? And it certainly did not. And I want to say for the record, I am not a sprinkler fitter, but I have learned a tremendous amount. And, you know, I can send you documents on that particular retirement home. That would have been an absolute nightmare. That would have been a massive loss of life. There is 146 residents with a sprinkler system that would not have worked when required.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a kind of a couple-fold question here. So you mentioned AHJ. I'll get you to explain whom that person would be in the city of Regina. And then I'd like you to talk about, you talked a little bit about the burn camps for fire survivors around the country. And I'm assuming at this point that all of those people that were at those camps would have loved to have fire sprinklers in whatever building they were in. So if you'd like to elaborate on that as well.
Okay, so yeah, absolutely. The in the AHJ, it's the authority having jurisdiction. So it's a member of the fire department. Generally, it is the they have different titles, but it's just escaping me now. But it's like inspectors. You have fire inspectors, whatnot. And forgive me because I am new to the Western region. I'm very well versed in Ontario. I've just arrived here, started my new role in Western Canada. So I will be coming through your province, and you know, I will have these answers on the tip of my tongue. But I would imagine it works the same as Ontario, where it's your fire inspector who goes out, and they're the ones who issue licenses, and or if there's any infractions. Those are the people I'm talking about. Now, burn camps, again, that was under my mandate, that I attended burn camps and I dealt with burn survivors, whether it be through an organization called Camp Bucko in Ontario, where this was a burn camp for kids. And I'll tell you, if anybody feels that the cost of a sprinkler is too high, I would like to take them there for a day. And they would, you know, that's pretty self-explanatory. And it was moving. I heard stories. I bonded relationships with little kids through activities. You know, we did archery, different things where all of a sudden they feel comfortable and start talking to you about their stories. And that burn camp, it's 1 week out of the year. And that week, some of those kids, that's the only outing they will go to, because they've lost their confidence. You know, some of them have burn injuries that are quite extensive, and they just feel like they can't go within society, but they're safe at these camps. So that is one thing, council members and Madam Mayor, that I plan on doing in the Western provinces, is finding out where all of these burn camps are, and we are going to raise funds for them. So that is very important.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm assuming we have the AHD present in our midst here. We have Chief Lane Jackson here present. I'm assuming he's our AHD, but I'll ask that question later of administration. So you mentioned side-by-side burns. What is that? Who puts them on? Who's the audience? What's the impact and our purpose or objective?
Okay, so side-by-side burns. So with CASA, what our objective there was, again, for the public awareness. So we would approach the fire departments, and it could be in form of a day educational seminar, or just a side-by-side burn where we would have two cells. One cell, which is basically a square box of wood that has a fire sprinkler in it with furnishings. It basically is, it's to look like a bedroom in a home. And the other cell is unsprinklered. So the purpose of that is to show how quickly a fire catches, how quickly you get to flash over and how little time you actually to get out of your you have to get out of your home once the fire alarm goes off. And once so basically it's like I said, it's a room, so that there's a little hole in the back of that cell where we'll light the waste paper basket that had paper in it, and let's see. And I can tell you by standing in the crowd of people, we've done many of these. I've done countless ones with fire departments and the building officials. Even we did a side-by-side burn at one of their conferences, and the comments that I was hearing, because I'll go in the audience and kind of I want to hear what's going on, and people be like, wow, I had no idea I only have 2.5 minutes to get out of my home. And, when we start talking and say, yeah, that's 2.5 minutes after you've been woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you have to go get your kids and have to get everybody out of the home. You have 2.5 minutes. That's not a lot of time. So these side-by-side burns are one of the most educational pieces to be doing with fire departments. So again, part of my mandate in Western Canada is I want to approach fire departments and let's make this awareness, because when the community becomes aware, because that's what's lacking. Once the community becomes aware, it's not a matter of cost. People will look at fire sprinklers like they once did seatbelts.
Okay, thanks for that answer to that question. So just a recommendation before I ask my next question about CASA. I would love it if you came by and met with our fire chief and set up a side-by-side burn. That'd be great, just so the public could see some good public awareness. So what is CASA? Are you part of the public awareness of fire sprinklers? And what's your role around the country?
So CASA, as I said, it's the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association. We are a trade contractors association. So we have a board of directors, and the contractors are the voting members. So my role, being the national field ops and Western manager, my role is to manage the contractors, speak with building officials, city officials, fire officials, speak with any kind of government official, whether it be federal, provincial, go over. Like, I'll give you an example. I just moved to the Cochrane area and I met a fire chief on my street, funny enough. And we got talking about fire sprinklers in the community. And he was like, wow, that's awesome. Will you come in and speak to us? And I said, absolutely. So basically my role is to be boots on the ground, and let's bring up awareness. Let's talk about the compulsory trade, for sprinkler fitters. Let's talk about CASA. How can we help you? How can we make your community safer? And fire sprinklers is the way.
Okay, excellent. I have one last question, and then there's a couple other councillors that popped up that I'd like to ask a few. So I heard Cooperative Insurance was mentioned. I can't remember the other insurance company that was mentioned in Calgary. Do you know of other insurance companies that offer a discount for installing fire sprinklers in a home?
Yeah, there are quite a few of them. One of them is Chubb, that wasn't mentioned, and again, these are national. Cooperators is one of the leaders, because Cooperators sits on a committee that Sean Tracy spoke about previously, the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition. They are a very important member of the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition and supports fire sprinklers. So the Cooperators is probably the leader, but there was Chubb, and then Sean Pierce mentioned, I think, I don't know if it was Allstate, but I have a list of those that I could send your way.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it for my questions. So I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Fundura here.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the conversation, I've few things pop into mind here. When you mentioned about inspector coming to a job site, and if whoever's on a job site doesn't produce the certificate or a ticket, whatever, previous delegations, information came from the builders that plumbers can do this installation. But what I'm hearing from you, I don't know the jurisdictional body or who governs this or what tickets and who can have. Is that what I'm hearing, that just a regular plumbing company cannot go and install sprinklers? Is that correct?
So here's the way it works, Councilman. So the Saskatchewan Apprenticeship and Trade Certification Commission, okay, that's how the apprenticeship program. They're the body that is. They have I've mentioned the 4 primary functions. So the training of apprentices. So what happens is every sprinkler fitter in Saskatchewan holds a certificate of qualification to do that work. And it's a requirement. Now, a plumber will do the work, but it doesn't mean they are qualified nor licensed to do so. So in Ontario, we had prior to the government change a governing body that enforced that. And again, in Saskatchewan, I need to do all of my homework and see exactly who that body is that enforces all of that there. So I will get these answers and I will forward that to you. But yes, a certificate of qualification is required to do sprinkler work. A plumber should not be touching sprinkler work in Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fundura. I believe I have Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Chair. Just in follow-up, listening to some of the answers from the delegate. Can I ask, are you a lobbying association?
We are not the lobbyer, no, Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have any interaction with the folks that develop and continually update the National Building Code?
We sit on the committees. So we sit on all these different committees. So yes, we have influence without question because it's life safety. But yeah, so yes, we sit on committees.
Excellent, thank you. So I heard from a previous delegate that the National Building Code, as it relates to fires and sprinklers, is really based on 1950s sort of standards. Is that correct to your understanding?
Yes, that is correct. I'm no building code expert, but yes, that is correct.
Thank you. So in terms of the position you're taking for in some of your presentation about the need and necessity for sprinklers in new residential builds, you have influence with the National Building Code. Can you explain to me why the National Building Code hasn't moved in this direction?
That's not a question that I can even answer. I would have a colleague better suited for that one.
Thank you. We heard from previous delegates that the cost, based upon what's been presented to council, the cost for plumbers to install a sprinkler system requires more piping. I think I kind of understand that now. We have 2 quotes from local contractors at $12,000. We have quotes from sprinkler folks that they could do it for cheaper because, as it's been explained to me, I think I understand that. You yourself have answered that there's 8 sprinkler contractors in the province, correct?
That I'm aware of that are CASA members, or 7 that are CASA member and 1 that is not, but he's still union. There could be non-union in your province that I'm not aware of.
Would you think that if council were to provide a mandate for sprinklers in new residential builds, that would increase membership in your contractors association in terms of folks coming through the apprenticeship program and into the sprinkler shops that are in the province?
Again, I think it would set a standard where, being a CASA member and being properly certified with a certificate of qualification, that's a good thing. That raises the standard, and you can feel assured that things are done properly? Would it raise the membership for us? Like, I don't know, Madam Mayor. Like, I don't know how many contractors are actually in the province, like in total, like for the non-union. I just know the union guys being, 8. So I'm not really sure how to answer that question with a truthful answer.
Okay, thank you very much for your honesty. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that's the end of questions here, so I'll just thank you, Joanne, for your presentation, and you have yourself a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council persons.
Okay, we will now consider item EX 22-74, mandatory automatic sprinkler systems in new residential buildings. Can I ask Deborah Bryden from the administration to introduce the report?
Good morning. Thank you. Through the chair. So the report before you represents a request from council in a motion that administration report back to Executive Committee to investigate the legal and regulatory implication of mandatory sprinklers in new residential construction and mandating that builders must give a sprinkler option to residential construction buyers. The report before you today provides information on a jurisdictional review and stakeholder consultation. And I and several members of our staff are here to answer questions. We have Mr. Onright, Ms. Dawson, Fire Chief Lane Jackson, Deputy Fire Chief Gord Hewitt, and Kelton Comrie, Manager of Building Standards, available to help with any questions you might have.
Sorry, just 1 minute. Okay, can I have someone move the report? Okay, Councillor Stevens. Okay, now I'll open it up for questions. My apologies, first time. We will start with Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So we've listened to various industry perspectives this morning, and they've referenced fire and protective services indirectly. So I'm going to ask Chief Jackson for his opinion in terms of the service that responds to these serious problems, as well as someone who represents fire and protective service workers who are put into harm's way. So in terms of your professional expertise, what value do automatic sprinklers hold? And secondly, would you recommend that we expand the code to include all of these new developments that are outlined in option 1?
Okay, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'd like to just start by thanking all the delegations that have presented. I respect all their perspectives and opinions. To the sprinkler industry, no question, the work they do saves lives, and sprinklers save lives. And I appreciate that work in helping us keep our community safe. On the same token, the discussions about costs and affordable housing are very important also, because we know that affordable housing is a key component to a safe community also. So with sprinkler systems and this proposal that's before us, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the past too. So the National Building Code currently requires sprinkler systems in alternative family care homes or care service providers. And back in about 2015, the province reduced that requirement. So reduced that National Building Code requirement as a minimum nationally. And so right now in the province and in the city, you can have people that are within care, some of our most vulnerable population, up to 5 of them that are non-ambulatory within a building, and it doesn't need to be sprinklered due to that relaxation of sprinkler requirements within the province. And at that time, we did the fire service did lobby the government to not reduce that minimum standard. So I'd like to really make sure that we get that on the table, because we're looking to expand further than what's already been relaxed within the province with a very important sector. This population pays for care, and there's some relaxing of sprinkler systems that's happened in there. So in regards to my opinion, I am a big advocate of public education and education. I heard a lot of the delegations speak to that, and our master plan focuses on that. So I can't speak too much on mandates and the effectiveness on mandates and that harder line enforcement of requirements. But I can speak that education and awareness is extremely important. I think we're seeing some of that in Calgary, where it's not a mandate, but through awareness and education, you just have people making that good decision to sprinkler their homes. So in our master plan, it talks about partnering in that regard. It talks about promoting, educating, and taking that approach. And many of the delegations talked about that is key. And so I greatly support that, that approach. And I know one of the delegations, Stu, they're open to that. They were consulted during our fire master plan, and they're open to working with us in that regard. And just to clarify, the fire chief is the authority having jurisdiction in Regina, and that's passed on through to the fire marshal and to our inspectors. So I can't speak that we're eager to advance that education, what's already recommended in our master plan, educating, promoting. And we are a big advocate of sprinklers. With sprinklers save lives. Hopefully that answered your question, Councillor.
I understand the sensitivity of your position in this, so thank you for that. So let's build on because this is a public safety question ultimately. Awareness, education, with bracelets and posters for all sorts of stuff. Now that I'm aware and educated about the value of sprinklers, much like seatbelts, would it then not make sense to mandate them? We know that they work, they're effective, they reduce injury, loss of property, etc. We've moved past the education. Is the next step then just imposing this as a requirement? Or is it your suggestion that there are other causes that we should be spending more time and energy on to prevent the fires in the first place rather than such a mandate?
So mandates, as your reference to seat belts, that did have an impact when you did make it law and when it became a mandate. So that could be a tool that's used. Changing behaviors, preventing fires before they start. Sprinkler systems don't do that. So sprinkler systems are one of the response to a fire happening. Ultimately, the goal of the fire service, one of our primary goals is to prevent those fires from happening before they even happen. So, and that's through educating, changing behaviors. And we've seen when we've focused in on that and done some great work. Our public education officers and our firefighters are in the community, in the schools. We've seen huge impacts and huge results from that. So that is something that's near and dear to me. So,
Thank you. For administration at large, there's a section of the report that speaks about the building code. We've heard about it at length today. I find it really interesting. So there's a basic standard held by the federal government. That's the National Building Code. It trickles down into the province for interpretation and application. Same thing at the municipal level. So that's just a minimum standard. We could introduce all sorts of other building requirements, correct? Or is it really something that would have to be justified on the premise of health and safety?
so I can take a crack at that one. You can exceed the minimum requirements of both building and fire codes, and both those two documents and regulations are companion documents. So you can enact bylaws that exceed that. They have to be approved by the province. So, so there is that vetting process, and the city solicitor can probably speak better than myself on that process. So you can do that and go above and beyond the minimum requirements.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to then the statement you had made about a sprinkler requirement being rescinded in care homes. One, would that suggest that the municipal level, because the province backed away from it, that we cannot advance that requirement? And secondly, is it your mind that it was reversed because of industry and political pushback rather than changing safety requirements?
So through the chair, that one you could still enact a bylaw that what happened was my understanding of that regulation is that it was reduced just through legislation. So the codes get adopted through legislation and through regulations, and the province can make modifications to that code, and that's what happened, and it was reduced. So a city can still, or a local jurisdiction can still go above and beyond those minimums. And can you just remind me what your second question was through the chair?
When the province decided to rescind the requirement of care homes to install sprinklers, was it because of industry and political pushback?
There was consultations through the chair. There was consultations that were had at that time, and there was concerns about it. It is a different circumstance because it would require retroing buildings. So this is what we have before us here is new construction and new buildings. This one would require some retroing also, but it is a smaller scale than what we're proposing here today.
Okay. I see the city solicitor
Excuse
eagerly
me.
wanting to involve
Yeah,
themselves in this.
thank you, Councillor Stevens. Yeah, I'll let the acting city solicitor go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to why the regulations were relaxed by the province, but just to be clear, the city's modifications to through the building bylaw would have to be consistent with what the province has put in force.
Okay, thank you. As I'm listening to this, I see that our jurisdiction checks out. There's some nuance to it. Second, as I read it, the safety question is unchallenged. As for the cost, we were having some fun with numbers over here, and we anticipated if you're building a new house, single-family dwelling, we're talking about a 1% increase. And I suspect that one time electrifying your home, putting in water, sewer, new installation requirements, all of that adds cost. That this increases safety at the same time seems worthwhile. I'll leave it at that. I know others have things to say.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Next I have Mayor Masters.
Thank you, through the chair. Councillor Mole and I did have the benefit of going and sit with community planning at the provincial level. So I'll just answer a question that wasn't directly asked to me. the reasons that that was reduced was the new National Building Code came into effect, which would have cost existing care homes of 5 people or under tens of thousands of dollars to retrofit, which would have reduced the care spaces available to them within the province. And so it was decided in an effort to save that cost on a historical basis and allow those to continue operating, to reduce it for 5 people and under. That was the answer to that question. Is it okay, Mr. Onrait, if I ask directly, or Mr. Bryan, directly to Chief Jackson? Chief Jackson, why is the National Building Code not upgraded to mandate sprinklers in residential buildings?
Through the chair, that's a great question. So the national model codes, and I may refer us our chief building official to definitely weigh in on anything I'm missing or confirm. But it's done through a consensus process and a commission process with the provinces and territories being represented in that process. And what it has done is those bodies meet and they establish and provide the information and the requirements to the National Research Council to carry out the national building codes and fire codes.
Thank you for the answer. Through the chair, there's some discussion about the 10-minute response time. Who establishes that as the benchmark for safety in a community?
So through the chair, that's an interesting question, and I'm going to weigh in on the response time. So the building code reference to 10 minutes there's some different requirements for response time. So the building code is quite a ways out there with 10 minutes. And what it is, and again, Mr. Comrie can weigh in if he needs to, but the 10 minutes is, if you're exceeding 10 minutes, you have to change the way you build buildings. So that's spatial separations, that's windows, things like that. So if you exceed the 10 minutes, there's a lot of different building code requirements that change in how you build the buildings. I will speak to NFPA, the same, it was mentioned several times. NFPA is the association and the standards writing body that develops sprinkler system requirements, but they also develop the standard for fire department response. So once you have a fire department in place and their response times that they require of a fire department is 6 minutes and 24 seconds. So that's what we presented with the fire master plan. We're seeing areas of the city that's quite a ways outside of those response times. And that's what they require to have an effective fire response and health and safety of firefighters and public safety.
Thank you for that answer. Through the chair, so if we had mandated sprinklers in new residential builds, we wouldn't be required then to put a fire station in to achieve 6.5 minutes?
Through the chair, no. So I think you've heard some of the delegations and the recommendations on that is sprinkler systems do not replace appropriate response times of fire departments. And that's where that misconception, we wouldn't want to recommend that at all. There's so much more that the fire department does than just respond to structure fires. 50% of our calls or over are dealing with other emergencies that are not fires in structures. Sometimes they're dealing with fires. We have maps in front of us that when we just look at a working structure fire, in the new areas, we don't have as many in a new developed neighborhood working structure fires, but when we throw in all fires, vehicle fires, grass fires, outbuilding fires, we start to see that map fill in even in the new areas. When we throw in our all as hazards response, emergency medical calls, hazardous materials, vehicle crashes, we see that map virtually fill in similar to the other areas of the cities. The other thing is when we look at fatalities, because that is mentioned, when we look at fatalities, fire fatalities, 10 over 4 years, we'll also see the new neighborhoods, less fire fatalities in those neighborhoods. But when we start to populate all fatalities and all the fatalities that the fire department responds to, we start to see it fill in again. So to the point of not needing a fire station, that would not be recommended. Those response times that the NFPA recommends is based on an all hazards approach, along with our international accreditation that we hold is an all hazards evaluation and approach to the community for that fire and life safety, which we also heard come up several times from the delegations, is it's fire and life safety. So we're responding to carbon monoxide calls, different things that may not involve a fully involved working house fire.
Thank you very much for that fulsome answer, and you don't have to sell it. Very much deeply appreciate what Regina Fire Protective Services does, but appreciate the answer. Through the chair, you've made mention now twice about fires not occurring regularly in new suburban areas and fatalities not occurring regularly. You said 10 over 4 years were tragically within the city of Regina. How many of those fatalities happen in new areas and through a fire? Not all hazards.
Through a fire?
Through fire.
Through the chair, none.
Why is that?
That through the chair, that's a good question. We see, part of it is there's no sprinkler systems in those older areas. Could sprinkler systems have prevented those fatalities? They very likely could have. We're also seeing some behavioral issues too, and that's where we focus in our public education activities to try to change behaviors. So that's a short answer. We could do more research into the exact causes of every fire and the trends that happen, and we can provide that to you.
We'll need to do extra work unless there's value in that for you. But I'm curious about why fatalities and fires aren't occurring in new areas. Why no fires in new areas? Or fewer fires and no fatalities?
Well, through the chair, when we see new developments come online, there's different behaviors in the new areas too, and even some socioeconomic issues that are different in new areas from some of our older areas. So they do compound onto the behaviors that happen within neighborhoods, and that can increase our fire activity.
Got it. I'll ask more specifically, would upgrades to the National Building Code on everything from electricity to materials used in new areas result in fewer fires getting out of control?
Through the
Newer
chair,
construction and newer building codes actually help to suppress accidental fires or et cetera from occurring in the first place?
through the chair, I'd say the short answer would be no.
Okay. Okay. How many fires that have occurred in Regina occur accidentally versus purposely set?
Through the chair, I'd have to get those stats, that breakdown, but we are seeing an increase in our intentional fires within the city. We've seen up to a 30% increase in our intentional fires in different neighborhoods within the city.
Okay, thank you. Technically speaking, if sprinklers go into every home, fire alarms are then in every home, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Does that place any burden on the fire department at all, or just a direct line of contact?
The sprinkler systems?
The alarm systems.
The alarm systems. So with alarm systems, there's a couple different things. The minimum requirements for smoke alarms within residential buildings means that they're hardwired into the electrical system of the house. Many homeowners exceed that minimum with security systems, which are monitored. So those systems will increase activity to the department just on monitoring calls.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Just one final question for administration through you, the chair. How many municipalities in Canada mandate sprinklers in their new residential buildings?
Okay, who would like to take that question? Mr. Comrie.
Hey, thank you, through the chair. I don't have that number offhand. It sounds like from some of the delegates, there were municipalities that we did not know that had sprinklers, and that wasn't part of the outreach that we did. When we look at some of the municipalities too, it's not at a bylaw level or at a municipal level. It might just be at a developer neighborhood level too. So you'd have to look at each case individually and see if it's just a neighborhood based on a developer imposing those requirements on the builders, or a municipality actually enacting that through law, through bylaw, and approved by province.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crum. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, next we have adjournments at 12:22. That's what it's scheduled for. That's what the city clerk instructed. Okay, so we'll hand it over to Councillor Standichuk.
Hello, okay, thank you. Through the chair, actually there's a lot of questions asked. I did have some questions regarding the alternative family care homes. And I guess just to understand what is considered an alternative family care home, because I'm not familiar with that term. I'm familiar with like personal care homes. And so that's what I'm assuming is the same thing, but I'm just wondering if through the chair, someone could clarify what an alternative family care homes are.
Okay, Mr. Comrie again.
The alternative family care home is a term designated in Saskatchewan that the province provided some legislation around, but it can be a personal care home. There's other, like they would be registered through the province under, and I'm not really sure how that works, but they're essentially when a home is converted into a place of care, converting it from a residential occupancy to a place where people would go in to have care, and that could be for, elderly people, or it could be people with special needs. So it could be a number of reasons, and it might fall under the personal care home category, but I'm not exactly sure how they're licensed through the province. But from a code perspective, it's called an alternate family care home, where you look at different safety requirements than what would be in a standard single family dwelling. There are some additional requirements that would be provided for those residences.
Okay, okay, thank you. So my follow-up question through the chair then is, those homes that would be, like there are some larger care homes that aren't part of the regulated special care homes category. So some of those, like if it's a, I'm trying to think of the private companies' names, but a larger, multi-unit, it's like an apartment kind of building, just because of the size of those buildings, they would be required to have sprinklers, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The larger care centers, anything over 10 occupants, would be required to be sprinkler just by the National Building Code as it's currently written. Anything under 10 is where you can get into that alternative family care home category.
Okay, under 10. Thank you. I recall that when we were, in the report, it talks about the fire master plan and that the response rate in the southeast in particular is a little bit lower. And I know that that through the questioning that would happen just earlier, that the work of the fire department is beyond just responding to fires. But if we were going to do a cost-benefit analysis, because there's some statements made by delegation that the cost of mandating sprinklers would be higher than the cost of a new fire hall. So I am kind of curious, what is the time frame? The master plan does talk about building new fire halls in the future eventually, but do we have a time frame or an estimated schedule when we might be seeing something like that in the southeast? And what would the cost be to build a new fire hall? And again, I'm not sure if
Yeah,
Mr. Onright's going to answer.
I believe Mr. Onright will take that.
Thank you, through the chair. So we are just in the middle of acquiring the land in the southeast. When you talk about cost estimate, land included, you're going to be in that neighborhood of $10 to $12 million for the station and the property. Equipment in the neighborhood of $1.2 million for a fire truck. And then staffing and your ongoing operating costs moving forward. The build of that hall will happen, I would say, in the next around 4 years out. By the time we do land acquisition, detailed design on the building, acquire equipment, will be about 4 years out. And that is an area that was the first area that was put forward in the fire master plan. We will also be looking at northwest and southwest areas, all four corners of the city, but they are staged, and that is due to response times.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I think all my other questions had been answered. So I'm going to leave it. If I see I have another question, I'll put on my mic again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any other colleagues that have any questions. So I have, oh, okay. A couple popped up. I will let them go ahead. We have Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. I want to deal with some of the points that the fire chief has just made. So through the chair, my question will be to the administration and the fire chief. And the first is, you made the point that in Regina, I'm not sure this just applies to Regina, but in Regina, there have been no fatalities from fires in newer areas. Did I get that right?
Through the chair, in the last 4 years of data that we compiled from 2017 to 2021, there weren't any in the newer areas. That doesn't necessarily mean in the last 10 years that there wasn't any in the new areas.
So
we'd have to take a bigger data set.
Okay, so the data set is limited to Regina and it's limited to the last 4 years.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So it doesn't have anything to say generally about the prevalence of fires in newer areas over a longer period of time and over a wider geographic division. So I should, over a wider geographic area, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. And I'll add is, so what we know in the fire service is that when neighborhoods age, the fires increase. So that's the importance of having fire stations within a neighborhood, is as it ages, the call frequency in all hazards starts to increase. So, so other neighborhoods within the city that were new at one time and that are older now, as the housing stock ages, as the the community changes or the neighborhood changes, we see call volume increase. And that's a North American observation or trend that we see.
So we know that newer neighborhoods one day will become older. And so we want not to say the newer neighborhoods, like the one I represent, we're not going to build a fire station there because you're newer and not so many people are dying in fires. I think your reply, and correct me if I'm wrong, is, well, one day your newer neighborhood is going to be a little older and it's going to need a fire station, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. And we do see, as I had indicated before, we see when we look at all our emergency response and our incidents in even those new neighborhoods, it fills in when we add in everything that we do.
Right. I'll come back to that. On your logic with which I agree, that we shouldn't cut back the building of fire stations, surely that identical argument supports putting sprinkler systems in newer neighborhoods, because one day the newer neighborhoods are going to be older neighborhoods and they'll be more prone to fire, correct?
Through the chair, that conclusion could be drawn.
Okay. Thank you. I want to ask you about density, and you just raised density. We have argued, or many people in this council have argued, for increasing density in the older neighborhoods, filling in the older neighborhoods. Those new houses that are going to be built to increase the density would be safer if they had sprinkler systems in them, even though they're in older neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Through the chair, sprinkler systems save lives. So they definitely, to one of the delegations' presentation, where there's been accidental fires, there's been no statistic with fatalities with that in residentials. And that's definitely a stat that we advocate for.
So I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as we build more houses into older neighborhoods, increasing the density, sprinkler systems in those new houses in the older areas would help save lives.
They would, should they have a fire. So they
should they have a fire.
Through the chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about education. And I'm sensitive about this topic because I spent 40 years in education. What are the limits of education programs for, say, don't put grease down drains, wear a bicycle helmet to protect your head, all these other sorts of education systems that this council has talked about over the years? What are the limits of the effectiveness of those education systems?
Through the chair, when we look at prevention, there are, in the fire service, so when we look at prevention, there's usually three pillars, and education is one, enforcement is another, and engineering is a third. And that's, those are important elements also.
So taking that very good analysis of those three pillars, you want to do education in the fire department, right, of the citizenry. You do an effective job of it, I think. And you want to enforce your bylaws. And I'm going to leave that aside because that's another problem I have outside of this area. And the third thing you want to do is you want to engineer your constituency most effectively. So would it not be possible to think that in terms of sprinklers, you need to educate, but you also need to engineer by putting in sprinkler systems to save lives.
Yes, that would be possible through the chair.
And let me ask you this. No matter how good an education, no matter how good an education system is in this kind of domain, it has limited reach. So for example, how would you educate? Would you put up billboards? Would you educate in the radio?
So the
Would you
strategy.
send out officers to talk to people? How would you do it?
So through the chair, there could be a combination of all of those factors, and partnering with some of our key stakeholders to target specific audiences would be another. And I think the key is they all work together. So we shouldn't like those three components that I talked about. So they all work together and support each other. The engineering, the education, for the ultimate result of prevention.
And one of the components of education is over what time period do you do it? And in the kind of area we're talking about, the kind of activity we're talking about, education would have to be continuous. It wouldn't be a campaign from the communication departments for 3 months of social media. It would have to be ongoing year after year after year to be effective. Do you agree with that?
Through the chair, yeah, I would agree with that.
And so, just to come back, and then fortunately, we're 14 seconds from lunch. Isn't a better plan to educate and to enforce and to put in sprinkler systems to keep people safe and to save the lives and health of your firefighters?
Through the chair, the three components work together to support.
Thank you very much. I may have more questions after lunch, but I think, Mr. Chair, it's lunch. Thank you.
You called it. I was going to ask for indulgence for you to continue.
No indulgence. Let's go.
But it's 12:22 on the nose. We have two other counselors as well as myself that have questions. So we'll break for a 45-minute lunch break and come back at 1:07 p.m.
By the way,
Thank you.
I think the mandate.
All right, so we're on to Councillor Fundura to speak as a delegate. Sorry. You're here? Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask any questions you have.
Oh, there you go. Turn me off. Mr. Chair, good question to administration. The delegation mentioned about solar power, so that means is a lot more batteries are going to be stored in our houses. We've got batteries already. There's more electrifications happening. So I'm just kind of trying to maybe ask a question. Is that going to change the approach from the fire department or from protection? I'd like to hear the comments on that. Battery fires and things like that. To the chief?
Sure. Through the chair. We do, like our training, we're updating our training to any of the new technologies or risks that are out there. So batteries and whether it be solar on top of the roofs, we've changed our training programs so firefighters know the hazards and how to plan for those type of fires. I'll maybe ask Deputy Chief Hewitt just to speak a little more. He oversees our training branch, so he can talk a little bit more about just how we prepare for those different risks that are happening with new technologies.
Sure, through the chair. So the question was, how are we adapting to new technologies? Essentially, our training division, much like our public education division, when we see a need or determine a need, we have a training division that does the research, implements the programming to meet the needs of the community and the technological changes that we're seeing. So each change whether it be batteries in cars or whatever, we develop internal training programs for our staff to deal with those issues.
So that goes to the chair. That goes for your staff, the responders. But then you mentioned quite a bit about three things, and one thing was education. And Councilor Hawkins did ask about education. Is there rigorous education in the form of how residents to store, or if something happens? I mean, there's different fires that could happen from batteries, and how you handle that. Is that part of some of the education or some of the things that master plan will be or has plans for?
Through the chair, absolutely. And we do our public education bulletins that we have on the website, from the teachings that our crews and public education officers do both in schools, they do with seniors associations also, at some of the senior citizens' homes. We do all types of those education on the risks and what are some of our common trends in fires and batteries are. We even on our website, we talk about 9-volt batteries and how to safely dispose of those, because a 9-volt battery we've had a few that have started fires where if the terminals are arced or crossed, they can heat and start a fire. So we've had a couple, so we even have that on the website. So, and moving into the future where we have more solar capture technology within residential, there's risks there for firefighters and the occupants, especially if those catch fire, because they can be quite, as one of the delegations talked about, they can be quite intense in how that fire grows and develops and how you suppress it.
So through Mr. Chair, so then suppressing it. So I'm asking the question on the sprinkler. So the suppression, the best way is water. Am I correct?
Yes, for most of the types of fires that you'll encounter, water is the best. There's other different classes of fire, whether it be combustible metals and energized electrical equipment. There's different types of techniques and agents that we can use, because water also conducts electricity, and it's oftentimes for certain type of metal fires, it's not the best extinguishing agent for those. It can actually add to the fire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to administration, we talk about education and awareness, and we've done this before when we talk about anything else we're bringing forward. Is it your thought that doing the education piece prior to making anything mandatory would be improve this and awareness, rather than, I guess, the other piece is enforcement? So if we did move forward, first of all, the education awareness, if you can respond to that, is that the solution that we think to start this process through the chair?
Who's going to take this question? Okay, Chief Jackson.
Okay, so through the chair, thanks for that question. So we have a master plan that thoroughly studied this issue, and they came out with the recommendation of promotion, education, partnerships, and they did survey and consult with a lot of the same agencies and same municipalities that have been brought in here today and were throughout the report. And education and awareness is very, very important to the success of such a program versus the resistance to it or lack of understanding of it. So I would say it is a key element, and that's our master plan recommends that route, and that's one, of course, that I would support.
Thank you. So through the chair then, master plan has come out. How does the engagement piece start, or has it already started? And then how do, I guess as council, how do we get to revisit that to say, okay, next steps would be now to move it into more of a a mandatory piece once we've had some time to engage the residents. So what does that look like, and has that engagement started at all, or do you need direction to do that through the chair?
So through the chair, the engagement has started. So one of the key, it was a broad, thorough, comprehensive stakeholder consultation that occurred. And one of the consultations, and we heard the delegation speak, was the Regina and Region Home Builders Association and Developers Group.
Yeah.
And that consultation engagement with them about a potential partnership to move forward with promoting education in that targeted new home buyer sector. I'd ask Deputy Chief Hewitt to speak on anything else that was in the master plan in regards to that study that occurred there.
Through the chair, no, I guess I would just reiterate that we had consultants come in and do a nationwide consultation on sprinkler systems and provided a recommendation for the department moving forward. I don't think there's anything else I can really add to that.
Okay, thank you. If there was an interest to make this mandatory, how would the process work for enforcement? Like, how would that even be measured? How would that even happen, through the chair? Mr. Onrait, who is going to take that?
Would like to take that question. Chief Jackson again? Mr. Comm. Mr. Comm.
Thank you, through the chair. The enforcement would likely look, obviously through a bylaw change, everything would have to go through approval through council and the province for the bylaw change. And then it would be through our permitting program. It'd be probably, some kind of enforcement on the review side. Sprinkler systems are a system that would be mandated to be engineered or sealed by an architect or engineer practicing in the province of Saskatchewan. And then we would have some kind of inspection program on the back end after. So much like any other piece of safety equipment or housing kind of system that we'd look at now.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Comrie, I know you are in kind of in that area where you hear feedback from both residents and business owners and that kind of thing. So if something was to move forward in this way, do you think that there would be any pushback in regards to if it was moved to more of a mandatory piece before the education piece? What is your thought on that, through the chair?
Through the chair, I don't know if I'd have that information. I think the costing would, be the, biggest concern to the homeowners, like others have mentioned. But the detailed, we really haven't done any engagement on this in that sense.
Okay, and I guess the last question is in regards to the costing. And I think that's one of the things we've heard from the one delegation, that it can be up to, some could be up to 12,000 from our resources here, but then others have said it can be close to 4,000 to 5,000, depending on the home. I guess, where does that fit? And is it, if it's just on new homes, that would be new homes also that would be built in the anywhere in the city. If it's a new home, that would be a directive of that? Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's correct. It would also include not just the motion was for residential dwellings, so it would include multifamily, and there are certain classifications of commercial buildings that are, residential apartments that wouldn't be needed to be sprinklered at this time in the current code standards. So there would be a number of smaller, kind of apartment style condo buildings as well that would fall into the category of needing sprinklers that otherwise wouldn't be required to do so now.
Through the chair, so what about the living above the commercial developments? Is that included in this, through the chair?
Through the chair, it would include those. Some of those buildings would already need to be sprinklered though, just under our current legislation and practice. So it'd be the smaller apartments, even a lot of the 3-story buildings with parkades under them, those kind of condominiums are sprinklered a lot of times. There are a lot of advantages that designers get from using sprinklers, whether that's longer travel distances, floors that are rated less. So there are cost savings that offset on the commercial side. So we're already seeing a lot of people do sprinklers voluntarily, even if they don't need to. On the residential side, it's a little bit more tricky because in our Canadian code cycle, there aren't as many incentives as maybe there would be in the United States code, where they would have some offsets in costs based on construction by adding sprinklers.
Thank you. Are there incentives out there right now for the chair for this type of putting in sprinklers in residential homes that we are aware of through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, there are a couple, but they're a little bit more minor. You'd be allowed to have larger window openings, which now that there's energy standards in place, you know, that you're trying to restrict window openings, so a bit of a conflict there, but you're allowed to have a couple minor things like that, but nothing that would be appreciably offsetting the cost of the systems. Sorry, maybe you're talking about the incentives from a municipal level or else. None that I'm aware of. I know there's been talk about the Greener Homes grant from the federal level, whether that could be tied into, you know, also safety pieces like it is with accessibility, but at this time there's no funding opportunities for residents to receive that. And other municipalities like Swift Current have opted for a tax rebate for incentivizing those systems in a specific neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, I see no further questions, so then I'll take my opportunity here. I have to admit, I am disappointed that city administration recommended the status quo as a result of completing this fire sprinkler report, especially since we heard from the City of Regina Fire Chief Lane Jackson state today that fire sprinklers save lives. Say it again, fire sprinklers save lives. We also just heard here today from the fire sprinkler contractor delegate from Troy Life and Fire Safety. That company is a local contractor. And Lubrizol Advanced Materials that have broken down the cost of a residential fire sprinkler installation to the lowest possible denominator of $4,000 to $5,000. I even heard less when I was talking to him earlier. That's in Calgary, which is way less of a cost than the installation that took place in Swift Current several years ago. These installations in Calgary are current installation costs that are installed by skilled journeyman and apprentice fire sprinkler system installers. Now I just want you to refer to figure number 9. I put it on everybody's desk, all the councilors' desk here, okay? Figure number 9 is the home fire timeline. I referred to it earlier. Again, it's on page 115 of the City of Regina's Fire Master Plan, which displays descriptive timelines of a fire indicating that within 1.5 minutes or less of a fire starting, deadly heat, flames, and smoke build. It's typically not the fire that's injuring or killing somebody. It's the smoke, and that's what's going to happen first, is the smoke. Now, within 2 to 3 minutes, it states without fire sprinklers, there's little time to escape. And then within 3 to 5 minutes, flashover takes place and no one can survive. I don't know about you, but that is a very short time frame, especially when previously flashover is described by Chief Lane Jackson as happening sooner in a newly constructed home with the new couches and etc. So I just have a question for administration before I continue. I'm just curious, what is our average fire response time within the city? I imagine that's Chief Jackson. Go ahead.
Through the chair, 6 minutes and 30 seconds across the city. It differs in different neighborhoods of the city, but on average of a whole city, it's 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. According to the home fire timeline, is way past the time of flashover where no one survives the fire. No one. Unfortunately, we know this all too well as it states on page 4 of the printout here. From 2017 to 2021, there were a total of 10 fire fatalities in Regina. including as recent as a February 24th house fire just 4 months ago. In my opinion, one person's death is unacceptable when we have the ability and power to be proactive and potentially save their lives. So I would like to ask the mover of the motion to withdraw his motion so that I can make a motion in regards to a potential mandate. Are you acceptable to that, Mr. Stevens? Yes, I can definitely spell out the motion. My motion will be to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw to mandate automatic fire sprinkler system installations in all newly constructed residential dwellings, included but not limited to apartments, condominiums, townhouses, row houses, sixplexes, fourplexes, duplexes, and houses effective January 1st, 2023. Remove CR 21-150 Fire Master Plan from the list of outstanding items for City Council and approve these recommendations at its meeting on June 29th, 2022. It's acceptable to you, Mr. Stevens? Okay. So okay. This is now open to the floor to have debate on my motion. Okay, Councilor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you. So just in your motion, does that include care homes as well? So I know in my area, there are homes with people with disability, there are some senior homes, like they're not apartments, but they're actually, I just need clarity if that includes those kind of care homes. We heard earlier like more than 10, but less than 5, but how would that work then for this through the chair?
I think I'll go ahead and answer that, and I may pass it on to Chief Jackson just to confirm my comments, if I'm allowed. So that's institutional building. This is residential. So institutional that was referred to by Chief Jackson was in regards to a care home, but I'll maybe let Chief Jackson comment if he'd like.
Or Kelton, one of the two.
I'll let the chief building official here for the city comment on that one.
Through the chair. It's a bit confusing, but the way it would be is that it would probably not include those exemptions, but that we could have a conversation with the provincial government on whether or not that mandate could supersede what's already in the legislation on that. But the conversations we had is that they'd be willing to accept a proposal to mandate sprinklers so long as it didn't conflict with the regulations that they had on those alternate family care homes. Some of those are classified as residential occupancies and not care occupancies, and that's part of the relaxation. So it's a small number of the buildings though that we're talking about. So I think we'd have to determine whether that's even possible from a regulatory perspective. But as the motion stated now, the intent would to not include those relaxed alternate family care homes that are less than 5 people that would be exempt from sprinklers. If that clarifies the question.
It does. So I guess if this is going to go forward, I would want to see that those alternate care homes be included. And the only reason I say that is because those are probably our most vulnerable, that with accessibility, maybe not be able to get out of the home quick enough. Now, I mean, I'm not a fire inspector and I don't understand all of this, so I'm just kind of looking for, if you're adding all of those in there and in the residential areas, I would see that should be part of, if they're in the residential community, I don't know why they wouldn't be added in there is my point. So I guess I would just ask, what is the term, is it that I heard is it residential care? Sorry. What is the proper wording that would be added in there, I guess, if,
Through the chair, I think it would be residential occupancies would be the correct code terminology that would include both single-family dwellings, those alternative family care homes under 5 people, and small apartments that are, you know, residential dwelling in nature. So I think changing that to constructed as residential occupancies would clarify that.
okay. So I guess I would just change that to residential occupancies rather than residential dwellings, if that is an amendment that would be accepted.
Okay.
Yeah. The other question, sir, can I just ask, if this was to go forward, how would the city enforce this? Like, how does that work? Or it is not enforced, or it would just be, I guess, how does that work?
Through the chair, it would be through a bylaw amendment.
Okay.
It would have to be approved by the province. So again, the details on those alternative family care homes would have to be discussed on whether or not that would be approved by them. And then after that, it'd be through a permitting program.
Mr. Nicol, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What I wanted to make a comment on, and perhaps this is directed at you, is I want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding here with your intent in number 1, because it says at the end of all this, effective January 1st, 2023. So is your motion to suggest that anything built after January 1st, 2023 has this? It doesn't include anything up until December 31st, 2022. It's that newly constructed. I want to make sure that we understand when drafting the bylaw what you're looking for.
Yeah, I just wanted to give the industry 6 months to get prepared for January 1st, 2023. So yes, everything constructed after January 1st, 2023.
So, Deputy Mayor, I might respectfully suggest that instead of the word effective January 1st, 2023, you might say beginning January 1st, 2023. It's just a nuance.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take that friendly amendment. And I'll also agree with Councillor Bresciani's friendly amendment. That's a great suggestion. Thank you very much. I think this question may be for Mr. Comrie, just to clarify the friendly amendment here. You want residential occupancy. Should I include what that's called? The care home, the small private care home, or occupancies is good enough?
Through the chair, I'm mostly sure that would include those small alternative family care homes. There is a point, and I believe it's at 5 people where it turns into a care occupancy. So I think residential occupancy would also include those small alternative family cares that would be exempt from the sprinkler regulation.
I'd like to ask the city solicitor if this would be adequate as well, or if we need to actually put the definition of what that residential occupancy would be.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think what you have there explains it well enough for the purposes of drafting the bylaw. I think it's important just to be clear that any and all of these changes will require the minister's approval. So with respect to the residential care issue, if they're not inclined to approve that aspect, they could, in theory, approve the rest and then allow or insist that their relaxation continue to apply. to the care home issues that are classified as residential occupancies. So I think what you have is clear enough for the purposes of the instructions to our office.
Okay, thank you very much. I have more to say on closing, but I'll pass it to Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak to the motion. I appreciate all the information given today and the reflections on safety and, you know, the saving of human life. Having said that, I just can't support this for the simple fact that the only people I've heard about this from has been people in the industry today. I haven't had any feedback from the residents I represent. Even from counter positions, that's still an industry position. Had I been given the option when I built my home to put sprinklers in at the type of costs talked about, I think it would be very good sense. But I don't know how many people feel that way. And I don't feel comfortable mandating them to without having that knowledge about general feelings. So I can't support this.
Okay, so I'll close. In my opinion, the cost of $4,000 to $5,000 should not be a deterrent to potentially saving people's lives with a residential automatic fire sprinkler installation. This cost is a very low price in comparison to a person's life. This life-saving decision falls on all of us here today to protect the citizens of Regina right now and into the future. I, for one, will lose sleep if anybody passes away, God forbid, from the result of a fire in a newly constructed residential home in 2023 onward if we don't support this motion. So please choose to save people's lives today and vote in favor of this motion. Thank you very much. So then I believe now I'll call the vote. Just have some technical difficulties here. Just be a minute.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are having technical difficulties. The votes have registered on the screen. I might have the councillors to call their votes verbally, one at a time. We'll begin with Councillor Findura. Oh, that helps.
In favor?
In favor.
Councillor Hopkins.
In favor.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Against.
In favor.
In favor.
Mr. Chair. Councillor Mancinelli is away. Oh. There he is. Councillor Mancinelli, if you can announce your vote verbally.
I am opposed.
And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion carries with 2 voting against, Mayor Masters and Councillor Mancinelli, and in favor, Councillors Bresciani, Findura, Hawkins, LeBlanc, Mole, Stadnichuk, and Stevens.
I don't know what's going on with the next one. Just put teams back out there.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move to EX 22-79. Oh, just hold on a second.
Like, look at my teams.
Easy screen too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, so we're gonna need a 10-minute recess to reset the system here. And we will be back at, oh, I need a mover for the 10-minute recess. Okay, Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Stadnichuk. All in favor? All right. We'll be back at 1:55. Okay, I'll ask everybody to take their seats and we'll continue on with the meeting. So I believe we're looking for somebody to make a motion. We may have to table another report. So I have Councillor Bresciani.
Yeah, the whistleblower report, if that's fine.
Is there anybody opposed to that tabling motion? Okay, thank you very much. So then now we will move on to EX 22-75, the GTHA Municipal Servicing Agreement Addendum, wastewater discharge. So can I ask Deborah Biden for the administration to introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. In 2018, the city and the Global Transportation Hub Authority, or GTHA, signed a municipal servicing agreement for ongoing operating services, including water, wastewater, and transportation infrastructure at the Global Transportation Hub. The municipal servicing agreement provides conditions for the ongoing operation, maintenance, and recapitalization of infrastructure assets provided to the GTH by the city, including establishing connection fees due payable to the city as development in the GTH occurs, and outlines the maximum water and wastewater capacities of the entire GTH within the city's infrastructure systems. Recently, the GTHA issued a development permit to Cargill for a new canola processing facility. The facility's canola processing activities will require a large supply of water. As such, the facility proposes to use a third-party non-potable water line that will be extended to the facility, as opposed to the facility using treated city domestic water for processing like other GTH developments. The municipal servicing agreement between the city and the GTHA allows the GTHA to explore the usage of other water supply sources. However, the agreement currently prohibits the discharge of wastewater resulting from a third-party water supply into the city's wastewater system. To accommodate Cargill's proposed water supply for processing activities, the GTHA has submitted a written request for an amendment to the agreement to allow Cargill to discharge this wastewater into the city's system. We present to you today a report regarding proposed conditions to include in an addendum to the municipal servicing agreement that will accommodate the Cargill facility discharging wastewater resulting from a third-party water supply into the city's wastewater system, subject to appropriate conditions to minimize any potentially adverse impacts to the city's wastewater system. We are here to answer any questions you might have with regards to this report. I have with me also Mr. Luke Grazier, Ms. Willoughby, and Mr. Curtis Downey and Shelley Wellman, who are certainly capable of answering any questions you might have.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? Councillor Stevens. Okay. So we've got a few on the line here for questions, so we'll start with Councillor Stevens, actually.
Okay, thank you. If I remember correctly, the initial servicing agreement that we had struck with the GTHA was incredibly complex, time-consuming, and convoluted. I was hoping this report, the explanation would resolve that. It has not. And so I just need some help to understand what this really means. They don't want our water, but they want to use our sewer system. Fine. So just to be clear, everyone who taps into either our water or sewer infrastructure, it's a user pay model. But we had to have a special agreement with the GTHA for all sorts of reasons, et cetera. We don't need to go into those. So I just need to confirm they'll still pay for our access to our sewer system like every other industrial and commercial user. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And just to follow up, and this is still a cost recovery system, so there's no special deals, there's no discounts. This is you're paying for it like I would, like the refinery and everybody else.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And just so I understand the kind of nuances of the legal arrangement, this isn't just like every other consumer. So while the rates are the same, it just has to be negotiated as a standalone agreement and it's still on par with everyone.
Through the chair, I believe that is correct. Yes.
Okay. Can you walk through the time frame, what might change along the way? Do we have to negotiate and renegotiate this along the way throughout the years? Or is this something that will kind of end or go on in perpetuity into the future?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Grazier to speak to that.
Through the chair, yes, that's the intention. It would be in perpetuity until any other amendments are made or anything to that effect.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the effluent that we will then be receiving, my understanding from these crushing plants, and this is premised off of a Viterra town hall, is that they actually have facilities elsewhere that use gray water systems. They can recycle water, the waste product, etc. Is any of that part of this agreement? Is it part of their infrastructure that they might be able to reuse some of the effluent?
Okay, Ms. Bryden.
I think we could refer that one to Mr. Grazier.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any reuse plans for the effluent from Cargill, but any effluent that they discharge into the city's wastewater system must meet guideline parameters for effluent quality stated in the municipal servicing agreement, as well as the GTH's wastewater bylaw, which essentially mirrors the city's wastewater bylaw.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. My final question you know, unlike some of our other industrial property owners, I understand the effluent here to be fairly innocuous. No hydrocarbon, no unexpected damages. Can you maybe provide a high-level overview of what precisely we're seeing, and should we expect any kind of surprises in terms of damage to the EPCOR facility?
Through the chair, Mr. Doney, please.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So when we have a new industrial facility like this, it's much easier to lay out the expectations and they can treat accordingly. For these kind of facilities, we're not concerned of any kind of hydrocarbons coming through. It's primarily nutrient loading. So they'll do pre-treatment to make sure their BOD and COD, the amount of nutrients is handled there, and then they'll give us the wastewater effluent. So we're not concerned of any unusual parameters coming through.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions and oh, okay, one just popped up. So Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is just regarding the capacity of the Cargill plant. So the current agreement that we have with the GTH is 1 megaliter per day of city water supply and 1 megaliter per day of wastewater capacity. So in the short term, until the third-party water is supplied to the facility, they are going to be using water from our system, and that is 1.2 megaliters of water per day. So that is more than what the entire maximum is for the GTH right now. So I just want to try to get an understanding of what those numbers mean. Can you put them in context? Because it seems like that's an awful lot of water. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that to Mr. Doney.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll provide some context from a city-wide perspective, just to get an understanding. So on a normal day, the city would pump around 80 MLD per day, 80 megaliters per day, and so this facility, in the short term, is going to look to utilize about 1.2 megaliters per day. So that is significant, and that is one reason why they're looking for a non-potable water source, which is being provided by Sask Water. So in the short term, we've done the hydraulic modeling to ensure that we can meet those demands. We would not be looking to meet those demands over the long term for this one facility, and that's why we have an overall plan for non-potable water in the area.
Okay, thank you. And then the follow-up in terms of the wastewater, the demand on the wastewater treatment plant. It's 0.5 megaliters of wastewater capacity, so that is about half of what the entire GTH is going to be creating or producing, whatever the term would be. So through the chair, how much pressure will that put on our wastewater treatment plant? Because I know there's been discussions about the need to increase its capacity. So can we handle this for now, or what's the time frame in terms of when additional capacity is going to be needed at the wastewater treatment plant?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So this is one development in the area that has committed to coming to the city of Regina. There's also other developments, and so we're looking at all of those in context of our population growth of the 300,000 population. So we will need to expand our wastewater treatment plant to accommodate the growth of the industrial development and the city, and we're still working through the timing of that. Approximately 2025, 2026 is when some of these large industrial players are going to be coming online, and we're okay in the short term, but after that we'll start to look at upgrades. So we're starting to work with external consultants in EPCOR to lay out that timeline.
Okay, so to clarify, through the chair, that so for the short term, the Cargill requirements we have the capacity to meet those in the short term.
Through you,
Is
Mr.
that
Chairman,
correct?
that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions from councillors, Councillor Stevens, would you like to close the report? Okay, so we will call the vote. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion is carried unanimously 9-0 with Councillor Shaw away and Councillor Zakidniak absent.
Okay, so we'd like, gonna move on now to consider item EX 22-79, changes to unanimous membership agreements. So I would like to call on delegation Tim Reed and Wayne Morski, who's appearing in person. I just wanna invite you guys to come down. And I wanna thank you for addressing the executive committee. Oh, sorry, wrong line. I got this right. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and you have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the committee members may have for you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to join you today in City Chambers. My name is Wayne Morski. I have the privilege of acting as in the capacity of the chair of the board of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, known as REAL. I am joined today with Mr. Tim Reed, our president and CEO, and we are both very proud to call Regina, Saskatchewan our home. We also have with us today is our REAL Board of Directors Vice Chair Tiffany Stevenson. Our Board of Directors were informed of the potential of amending the unanimous members agreement after a discussion was hosted with Economic Development Regina team. I was fortunate to coordinate with both the outgoing chair of EDR, Mr. Frank Hutt, and the incoming chair, Ms. Tina Svidel. And I'd also like to recognize the leadership shown by Mr. Chris Lane in his new position as he has seamlessly navigated a complex transition and much change. Our Board of Directors appreciates the opportunity and the trust that you as City Council, our owner and sole shareholder, afford our organization in the management of civic infrastructure at the fabric of our community. Since 1884, REAL has acted as a community development agency. As you are experiencing today with the Canadian Farm Show, the impact that the operations of REAL have on the economics and the quality of life in our city is truly exceptional. As REAL has grown in scope and capacity, we respect the opportunity for a revised and refreshed approach to our current scope of work with the interest of maximizing success, efficiencies, coordinations, and collaboration. In closing, the REAL Board of Directors would like to acknowledge the leadership of Mr. Jim Nicol, your interim city manager, throughout this process. It is my understanding that our administration have worked closely to support the recommendations being shared with you today, and we are well positioned for success. The position of our Board of Directors has and always will remain that we are here to help in any capacity you may need. We have an amazing team with an outstanding group of governors, and as our owner and sole shareholder, if we can help for the betterment of the city, we will. Thank you very much. You have the full support of REAL on this approach.
Okay. Thanks for your presentation. Do any members have questions of the delegation? I have Councillor Stevens first.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
through the chair. So I guess, Mr. Reed, part of this framework effectively draws from economic development in Regina, the tourism portfolio, integrates it into Real. I have a question based on a concern that was raised by members of the cultural industry and community in Regina. Fundamentally, their fear is that there will be a conflict of interest and that you promote certain levels of events on the Real site and that could be a conflict with other events elsewhere in Regina. So let's say the Folk Fest versus any number of events. What would your response be to that kind of concern? And is there space in your model to have a community advisory board with all of the different representatives from industry that could benefit from tourism? Could they have a space at the table to ensure that doesn't take place?
Yeah, absolutely, through the chair. I might open by saying I don't think this model is unique to the city of Regina. It's used in other communities. I may reference a community where I came from in Edmonton, where we ran one facility and happened to compete regularly with Explore Edmonton. And the challenge was we were actually in different buckets. The fundamental shift in this UMA that I think is so important is historically our organization has focused on 100 acres of space, of land. And although things would happen all around us, our focus was consistently 100 acres. I think the fundamental shift in this document is not new responsibility, it's actually a responsibility for a citywide approach and not just 100 acres. So I'd start by saying, I think if this is approved, the new capacity for Real is as responsible for the success of any festival that may occur in the city as it would be to the signature events that occur at Real. And so by changing this scope, I actually think we have a better coordination ability and actually a mandate to be more coordinated than we are, so that we don't find ourselves in a scenario where we unexpectedly bump into a reality where Garth Brooks is playing on the same weekend as a folk festival. And so by bringing it all together, I would suggest, certainly I think we can be better. I would be very open to a suggestion that has a committee or a leadership group that work in this space. I think that's been the approach we've always taken with Real, and although I don't know what that structure would be, two answers. I think by being coordinated, we should be more effective. And certainly you'd have a commitment from me to bring leadership around the table to help us do this properly.
Thank you. My other question, and I might ask administration this as well, section 2B, 2, kind of creates the framework for a land development corporation. And this is something that would be headquartered initially under the Real umbrella. Can you walk us through the scope as you see it of the mandate of this kind of development corporation? Does it expand beyond the lands currently managed by Real? Is that a place where we pilot this kind of initiative and then create the framework for a citywide engagement with land development as a municipal business?
Through the chair, I think it's a great question. I think part of that is the direction from City Council that they would like this approach, and then secondly, I think we're learning quite a bit through the development at Real. I want to recognize your team and the partnership that we've gone through. I think we've recently finalized the site plan or in the very final stages of doing so. But as we build out the 10 acres that are at the Real site and have had some success doing so, I think we've learned a lot through that process. Some good and some probably not so good. I do think there is an ability to use those experience to leverage the fundamental of a land corp, wherever that may be. Whether we choose to incubate that at Real or create a new entity around it, I think there is some knowledge there, there's some expertise, and I think there's existing relationship working with your city planning team. So I don't know the specific. I do think we can take from the last 3 or 4 years of building out the Real district to form a foundation. I know that your team have done some great work researching other communities. We've done some great work. We have some resources and some success there. If we incubate at Real and perhaps create something new, that's an option. Or maybe we decide that there's enough content to just go and create something new. But I think the idea is to build upon what we've been doing at Real for something that may be a greater citywide approach.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, there, it looks like there's nobody else that has any questions. Okay, so I will thank you guys for your presentation. and ask you to return to the gallery, please. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Chris Lane. Chris, you can come have a seat down here. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the committee members may have for you. Go ahead, Chris.
Ready to be here today. My name is Chris Lane, President and CEO at Economic Development Regina. Our board chair, Tina Sweetall, sends her regrets that she's not able to join us today. But I am here to speak to the proposed changes to our organization's UMA with the City of Regina and what it means for the future of economic development Regina. For the past number of weeks, EDR and REAL have worked cooperatively and productively to transition the people, projects, and resources that make up Tourism Regina from one organization to the other. We have partnered on the process and the structure that will allow for the evolution and alignment of both EDR and REAL to best serve the shareholder and the community as a whole. For EDR, the changes to the UMA and areas of responsibility position us to focus on fulfilling our mandate through investment attraction activities, economic data and analytics, and promoting and positioning our city as the single best home to grow business in Canada. Not only business, but grow life and grow opportunity. We have work to do to build our capacity in those regards, but you have seen and will continue to see significant forward momentum and action on all of those fronts. With new leadership at all levels of EDR, we take on this challenge with energy, focus, and velocity. Meanwhile, we are proud of the work and wins Tourism Regina has delivered while at EDR, and we are proud of the team of people who have dedicated themselves to that work, and we are enthusiastic about their opportunity to deliver more and even bigger wins in the future. EDR is and remains a committed partner to the success of tourism today and in the future. And as I said at the beginning, this has been an exercise in cooperation and alignment with Mr. Reid and his team, and the results bode well for a team approach to growing Regina in both the commercial and community building work that is to come. I'm confident that EDR and REAL have worked together in good faith, good intention, and with the shared goal of delivering results. The EDR board supports the changes to the UMA, if so endorsed by this committee and council. EDR is ready to execute the changes in tandem with REAL. To close, the work and corresponding opportunity on the doorstep of Regina in a post-COVID environment may well be generational in its size and scope. Alignment of talent, focus, and action between our organizations is incredibly important. EDR looks forward to growing and leading our part while always supporting the work of others to that same end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Do any members have questions of the delegation? Okay, we have Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lane, good to see you. Thank you. Do you agree that we are all responsible for tourism? Isn't just one or the other? And you just mentioned the word the team. You work in collaboration to making sure that Regina is the destination. So it doesn't matter where this lands. It's a responsibility of all of us.
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with Councillor's observation and contention there. I think in a place like Regina, it becomes the very definition of a team sport. So in the Venn diagram of where EDR and REAL cooperate and coexist on creating a place that is welcoming for tourism, investment, and attraction, I think there is more similarities than differences. So I would agree with the contention that it is indeed all of our responsibility, and I see nothing changing that with the regards to these to the organizational changes in the UMA, probably only strengthening that understanding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more. The conversation, your presentation when you introduced the EDR to Council, what this is going to look like. I believe the being here, communicating with us on a regular basis, without, like I said, everyone works together, but you're from the EDR perspective, where would that lead you as we're asking what's next in your portfolio?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the opportunity to put a very fine point on the value and the work that EDR will do for this community and for the shareholder is going to become very obvious and important. What we will build EDR to be able to do with even more focus than it's done perhaps in the past is become a center of gravity for data collection, analytics, presentation, policy, and most importantly, investment attraction and growth. If we can continue to build our expertise in that area and be the single most trusted voice on those issues, I think we can be the most useful to the city and to the shareholder, but also to the businesses and the people, future residents that aren't here yet. And to me, that's a really important point, is we have stakeholders that we are responsible to who have gotten the city to this point of growth and success. But I think we don't even know yet what's out there. And that becomes, we are the leading edge on that research and that effort. And that's what we will build EDR to deliver for the city.
Mr. Lane, thank you very much for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lane. And thank you for presenting. I'll ask you, please return to the gallery. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we're a few minutes away from break. I'm just curious if we want to go on a break now, or if we want to open this up to administration and finish this report. Keep going? Okay, we'll keep going. Okay, we'll open up to administration, and I'm lost here. Who introduces the report? Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You've heard from the delegations, so this is just to a reminder that the City of Regina is the sole shareholder of both Economic Development Regina, EDR, and the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, REAL. As such, Council retains the sole authority to revise the respective unanimous membership agreements. And as you've heard from the delegations, both parties worked very closely together to bring this forward. The proposed revisions primarily focus on two changes, or three perhaps. One is that the responsibility for marketing and the promotion of tourism services for Regina and region will be transferred from EDR to REAL. The development of city lands will be provided as an enabler to REAL to undertake specific projects as may be directed by the city from time to time outside of the current 100-acre district site. As well, responding to interest from Council's oversight of both EDR and REAL will be enhanced through the appointment of an additional member appointed by Council to the respective board of directors as a non-voting member. And in that regard, the report outlines that Councillor Hawkins will be appointed to the REAL board of directors and Councillor Mancinelli will be appointed to the EDR board of directors. With respect to the impacts or benefits of this, as you've heard, transferring tourism-related responsibilities to REAL will consolidate tourism, event, conference, and hospitality services within a single agency. This will increase both focus and efficiency, and it is well known that REAL is a leader in this game. EDR will continue to concentrate its energies on efforts to strengthen and grow the economic development opportunities in Regina and region, and it will focus on marketing and promotion of the city and region for business and investment attraction. With that, I'd welcome any questions, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? Councillor Beshiani. Okay, any questions from members? Yes, we have Councillor LeBlanc first.
Thank you. Two related questions for admin. One is, will this result in any employees moving from EDR to REAL? And relatedly, will this have any impact on the assumed relative funding asks of these two organizations in 2023?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. It is my understanding, I don't have this exactly, but I believe the transfer of tourism resources impacted, I think, 5 employees. I believe the majority of those employees were approached with respect to their interest in moving over, and I believe all but one chose to exercise that option. The person who didn't is actually moving out of the country for other opportunities. With respect to funding, we will be coming back to council later this year once all the funding mechanisms or intricacies have been dealt with. So, for example, moving forward, it would be my view that the annual grant that we give to both parties will be revised to take into account this new prorated amount that goes to tourism, which will now be going to REAL. So those will all be dealt with in the 23 budget.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stephen.
So my questions relate to section 2B, subsection 2, to develop, operate, and maintain city and other lands. I'm not opposed to it, but it could be huge. So I just need to know how this is going to function. City and other lands. And if we're thinking about REAL's mandate as entertainment, would this or could this encompass city parks, city pools, off-site rinks? What's the scope of what REAL will maintain? And is that something that will be discussed at this new structured committee?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I believe it's my understanding and that of REAL is that we would not be looking for REAL to be overtaking any assets necessary that we currently have. There's an enabling provision in this. You already referred to a potential land development corporation. This would be anything that council would explicitly direct from time to time that they would want REAL to oversee, undertake, project manage, whatever. So I don't think, I think it's fair to say this is not talking about them being responsible for parks maintenance or anything like that. That will remain within the complete purview of the city.
Thank you. Follow up. Again, if we're thinking about the land development conversation, can I get some assurances that this work is not stopping at the city level and that that mandate is still within the real estate branch and we still are pursuing a municipal development corporation that would manage land in partnership now with REAL? I just need to make sure that we're not stopping something and starting over, because this is something that should have been going on now for a few years.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, with respect to that, I think Councillor Stevens, as Mr. Reid mentioned, the city and his officials have been discussing this. This is about coming together to do what's best as we potentially move things forward. I think at this point in time, as Mr. Reid outlined, we may be in some early development or some incubancy stage. I don't think that we are at this point in time ready to leap out there and say this is what it's going to look like anyways. This is something that's going to evolve, but clearly there is interest in moving forward with some kind of a land development corporation or an entity like that. I think REAL is well placed perhaps to look at this, but again, it's not necessarily that there's a final decision been made. This is an enabling provision to come forward so that we can start to put our best heads together on how we work towards doing this.
Through the chair, can administration provide some timeline here so Mr. Reid and council are all of a sudden surprised when this large portfolio is plopped on their desk?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think I'd be premature to give any specifics on that, but I think it's fair to say that we're looking at discussing this, exploring this, outlining it, and it might be 2 to 3 years. I don't think that this would happen overnight, but I think there's also an understanding of the importance of moving forward with this. So with that, in that regard, I would leave it to, the professionals in both Mr. Reed's area and our real estate branch to best determine ways forward on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I see both of these options, so tourism, and I can only speak from my experience with Frost, was the collaboration led by Real to pull that festival off, which was a piece of the whole tourism piece that was vitally important because we had to bring in everybody, all the key players around the city, which I think, looking at this, is going to be a major, I believe, a stronghold to ensure that our tourism is a collaborative approach and ensuring that, we've got a few voices at the table, but also not creating a competition. We're going to be seeing as a collaborative approach, and I really believe that this tourism portfolio there is the best choice, and I do think it's more efficient. So I'm a big supporter of that. The MLDC, the reason I like this, and I toured Calgary, and the reason I like it following with the Real is we're not creating a whole nother board, a whole nother, almost another level right now. We're actually seeing where this is going to go, and it kind of gives us an opportunity to dip in without a whole bunch of costs. And I think I just have the question though, as in regards to costs, because this is another huge piece. Is there going to be costs that are going to be incurred by us that are going to have to go to Real to take this on, or is Real taking that on? And I would just like clarity of how that would work through the chair.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't have a specific answer for that right now, Councillor Bresciani. But again, the parties are working together. We want to explore options or ways to do this. Again, I think we all have to be very cognizant of the fact of funding. Real is a big organization. They may well have some expertise that is just ready to be tapped in this. We'll be talking, we'll be talking with our own real estate branch officials as to where they may fit, because we're all working in this together. This is about us working with our two partners, particularly in this case with Land Development Corporation options, with Real to move this city forward. So again, I don't have an answer at this time, but that would be certainly something that you would be apprised of on a go-forward basis.
Thank you. So just in regards to the land development staff that we have here, where do you see those fitting then, through the chair?
Through Deputy Mayor, again, those are going to be discussions that are going to be occurring should Council adopt this recommendation as of July 1st. There will be discussions taking place between Real and the city as to how best to establish this new entity. It may involve, say, 1 or 2 people from the city perhaps moving over. Maybe they'll be seconded for a period of time, particularly if it's determined that this is going to be in an incubation period. So I think all options are open right now, but I think it's also fair to say that we are not looking to create another, an entity, a monster with FTEs or whatever. We have to learn to figure out what we've got to do with the resources that are available to do us, and I think we can do that.
Okay. I think I'll just make a comment if I can. I think I do see this as an efficiency, but there's one key component, and I think that's communication back to council as to how this moves forward, and the next steps. Both from the tourism, I think they have that case, but the MLDC is vitally important that we are kept abreast of how this moves forward. So I'll leave that there. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I would just like to respond to that, Councillor Bresciani, because you're exactly right. One of the reasons that the report is recommending that you have an additional member on the board, right now it is the city manager. This way there would be the city manager and a member of council. And again, that will strengthen or enhance the reporting back so that council is apprised of developments in this regard. And to that end, I will make the commitment that we will keep you abreast of developments in this regard.
Okay, I see no further questions. So I'll ask the mover of the report if they wish to close off the debate. Okay, good to go. So I will call the question for the vote.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion is carried unanimously, 9-0, with Councillor Zakidniak absent and Councillor Shaw away.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to our mandatory 15-minute break because I need one. So we'll come back at 2:57. Oh. Courier study, sorry. So I'm gonna call upon a delegation, Serena Ward. Okay, Serena, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Serena. You might need to press *6 to unmute, Serena.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak to the Arcola Avenue Corridor Study. My name is Serena Ward. I'm a resident of Southeast Regina. The viewpoints I express are my own, and I'm calling from Regina. For context, I also want to mention that I'm a mother of 2 children, a commuter to downtown Regina, which places me in the midst of Arcola traffic during the morning and evening rush hours, and I'm a professional engineer. I moved to Southeast Regina in 2005, prior to the major expansion of the area, including the areas like the Greens on Gardner and Chuka Boulevard. And thus I speak to the dramatic change in traffic flow patterns over the past 20 years via my lived experience. After becoming a mother, I became, like most parents, I assume, even more sensitive and aware of the interlinkages between the traffic, pedestrians, and overall safety. So let me start by saying that I completely agree with all of the independent findings in the report in front of you and think that your consultant has done a good job of capturing the main points of concern along Arcola Avenue. However, what isn't mentioned that I think adds to the urgency of addressing the concerns along this corridor is that the issues along Arcola Avenue spill over into the adjacent feeder routes like Prince of Wales Drive, Edinburgh Drive, and University Park Drive. This creates compounding safety concerns in East Regina. Although I couldn't find an updated traffic flow map, data from your City of Regina website from 2019 shows that the feeder routes see an excess of 10,000 vehicles per day. High traffic volumes on these routes are a result of commuters trying to avoid Arcola Avenue congestion and seeking ring road access via Assiniboine Avenue. This pushes high volumes of traffic through residential areas on roadway networks which were not designed for these volumes or speeds. The compounding effect is higher probability of serious collision, safety concerns for pedestrians, and reduced property values. My children and myself have been involved with near misses. I believe the issues along these feeder routes are not a new concern, as some speed calming measures have been added and then taken away in the past along routes like University Park Drive, although none have been implemented along the other routes. Now I'd like to say that the Prince of Wales Drive extension to Wascana Parkway should be the priority project. I've been a proponent of this concept for a decade already, so I am happy to see it's shown as a medium-term project, which gives it priority over the widening of Arcola Avenue and overpass. While the Arcola Avenue and overpass widening will help move cars over Ring Road, it won't address the concerns further west along the corridor at Lakon Street, Park Street, College Avenue. Thus, widening the overpass pushes your congestion concerns further west. Comparatively, adding a new route out of East Regina via an extension of Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway will actually help alleviate congestion along the entire route, thereby potentially avoiding or at least delaying the additional capital expenditure of the overpass widening. Additionally, this extension will complete the unfulfilled vision of Prince of Wales and Wascana Parkway. Both routes, which were envisioned for larger traffic volumes than they currently support, as they have large boulevards and sufficient adjacent land space. Next, I'd like to speak to the idea of adding that northbound Ring Road exit off Assiniboine Avenue. I feel that this is a fairly significant expenditure that does not provide much benefit. Although the logic of it seems sound, which is reducing weaving between University Park Drive and Ring Road, the characteristics of the traffic flow don't really align with the theory. And what I mean is that I only foresee northbound Ring Road traffic coming from a couple of neighborhoods like University Park, Varsity Park, and Wascana, as everyone else north of Arcola likely won't travel first south to hit Assiniboine just to go north. And if they do, it just compounds or exacerbates an existing problem through those residential areas. Additionally, what I don't see included in your estimate of that financial value of that project would be the cost associated with providing a mechanism to support the pedestrian and cyclist traffic that still want to access Douglas Park and the University of Regina. I would therefore suggest saving the design and construction dollars of this project and advance the planning and implementation of Prince of Wales Drive extension. Finally, two anecdotal comments. One, it's interesting to have confirmation that the construction of the bypass has had little impact on alleviating Arcola Avenue congestion. As for many years, the standard reply from the City of Regina was that the bypass was going to be the silver bullet to reduce traffic on Arcola. My experience is that the bypass has been helpful in moving some eastbound traffic off Arcola, off of Victoria Avenue, but I've personally never seen a vehicle exit southbound onto the bypass to get to South Regina.
Serena.
Final point.
Serena, you've hit your 5 minutes. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Well, I'll just say that having lived in the area for so many years, usually the traffic data is typically collected during summer months when university and high school students are not utilizing a route. My point here is that the urgency of addressing this corridor is in truth, I think, much higher than what's presented to you today. So please take substantive action sooner than later. And as previously mentioned, to me, the best solution is Prince of Wales Drive to Wascana Parkway Extension. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Serena. Do any of the members have questions of the delegation? Go ahead, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Serena, for speaking today. You, I know, did come a few years ago and spoke to the importance of Arcola as well. So thank you for that. I do want to ask a question in regards to the Prince of Wales that you're indicating support for. The land that is there is has many landowners. It could take many, many years to move that forward if it goes. What is your thought on the next steps if that cannot be moved forward? What would your recommendation then be, through the chair?
Thank you for the question. I mean, obviously, my preference is the Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway extension. And yes, dealing with multiple landowners can take time and energy, but it's the first step in any major infrastructure project. Obviously, if that project is just unforeseeable due to that, then I would support the Arcola Avenue widening.
the congestion that you've indicated in regards to the other streets that go north and south, they have increased risk with pedestrians, which we've heard time over time. Would you agree, though, that also the upgrades have to be done to Arcola Avenue when you look at the other side of the high-dense area of Greens on Gardner? Because many of those are not going to make their way to Prince of Wales. So I guess my question is, looking at this collectively, we see that all the work has to be done because there's been such a delay there in doing any of the work. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yes, definitely. I would agree with a couple of those points. One, I mean, you do need to take a very big step back. When widening Arcola Avenue, you have to keep in mind that we can't just stop at Ring Road for one thing. As I mentioned in my speech, it will just kind of push people over Ring Road and then congest them on the other side. But we have put ourselves between, you know, a rock and a hard place in developing the areas in advance of providing alternate routes out. So we need to take a very high, you know, progressive and action as soon as possible to address those concerns.
And you would be in agreement as well, as you've indicated, that we absolutely need to have pathways or places for people to walk and cycle along the corridor, either if it's along the Arcola through into Douglas Park or in through down through, if whatever means, that has to be a piece that for all modes of transportation. You would agree with that, through the chair?
100%. Yes, I think that we need to provide safe places for people to walk, cycle, or grab a bus route on this side of the city, because currently to get downtown, that is difficult for alternative modes of transportation.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through the chair, a question to you. Sorry, Serena, sorry.
Yeah.
We have also received a number of emails from people who are concerned about if the Prince of Wales Drive route was expanded, that it would go through the McKell Nature Marsh. It's a conservation area. It's a very critical conservation area, and I think it was even opened by one of the royals who came through Regina to open it. Do you still feel the importance of continuing to preserve this area?
Well, definitely. There needs to be a balance between infrastructure development and environmental protection and sustainability. I think I haven't looked in depth at where and how that route exactly may go, but there may be ways to minimize the impact on the marsh by extending that route.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. So thank you, Serena, for addressing the Executive Committee. And you can please disconnect from the meeting now. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask Deborah Bryden from the administration to introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. In 2021, the City of Regina hired a local consulting firm, KJS Group, to complete an independent assessment of the conditions along the Arcola Avenue corridor with respect to traffic functionality in the southeast, and to make recommendations for improvements to address current and future requirements as the city continues to build out. Administration will utilize the guidance we receive through this study to develop work plans and plan future projects that will be presented to council through future budget decisions. Conversations with the community will occur as the various projects are in planning phases and to prepare for construction activities that will bring improvements to the transportation network. Before administration turns this over to committee for discussion, we have a presentation that will help summarize the findings of the study. The presentation will be provided by Bruce Belmore, Department Head of Transportation at KGS Group. Mr. Belmore has specialized in transportation mobility and safety for over 30 years, working in a broad range of projects involving active modes, traffic calming, micro-mobility, traffic operations, and safety engineering. With him as well, we have Mr. Chris Seeley, and they will do the presentation and answer any questions you might have.
Go ahead, Mr. Belmore and Mr. Chris Seeley.
And City Administration, I'm pleased to be here today to present the Arcola Avenue Corridor Study findings, and we'll make note of two study partners with KGS, we're Solely Solutions and ISL, looking at some of the design and the interchange options. Uh-oh. So the source of the study was really the Arcola Avenue corridor and extending from Park Street through to Chuka Boulevard with some ancillary portions that we also looked at with regards to traffic, including the Prince of Wales Drive extension and the Assiniboine Avenue ramps. This may be hard to read, but through the presentation, I'm going to use the terms morning peak hour and afternoon peak hour. And this is when the roadway is busiest for commuter traffic, and it's when we typically assess the road network for its operation. And of course, there's also traffic at other times during the day, but these are the predominant two peak hours that we look at. So in the morning, the predominant direction is towards downtown or the left side of the map, and in the afternoon, it's eastbound or homeward bound to the right side of the map. So that's reflective of the Southeast Arcola neighborhood being primarily residential. The number of residents is anticipated to go from 30,000 to 40,000 residents in the future. This level of growth is reflected in the city's development plans and traffic model for a Regina population of 300,000 residents. So we started the study with a summary of issues that have been documented and looked at key intersections along the corridor, plus things like where it shows number 4 there, which is the weaving movement between University Park Drive and the Arcola interchange. Reports leading back a decade have recommended changes to the transportation network in Southeast Regina. This report was to examine all those identified changes, verify them, and establish a road network plan that would address travel along Arcola Avenue from Southeast Regina. So the one thing that I wanted to point out with this exhibit is you can see in the top left-hand corner, there's Victoria Avenue. Arcola is 6 lanes between Victoria Avenue and the Ring Road interchange. Further towards downtown, Arcola, as it becomes Saskatchewan Drive, is 4 lanes. Further east of the Ring Road, it's also 4 lanes. So there's one section that's 6 lanes, and it's extremely important to our analysis. And as the previous delegate had so aptly commented on, you can fix one location, but typically the problem will move elsewhere because it's a journey from your starting point from downtown after work to home. And so every intersection you encounter or every location is a potential for delay. I mentioned we look at the peak hour, and how we assess it is through level of service. And you can see that intersections are commonly operating at a D or an E, either in the morning or the afternoon peak hour. So level of service is described from level of service A through level of service F. A is the best operating level of service with minimal delays. Level of service E represents unstable traffic conditions. And level of service F is where traffic encounters significant delays. There's about a 10% difference in traffic volume that will take you from an E to an F. So it's a very fine margin between that E and that F. The Arcola Interchange West Ramp intersection is an example of a level of service F that is currently occurring during the afternoon peak hour. This exhibit shows level of service for each individual traffic movement, whether a left, a through, or a right turn on each approach of the intersections, the study intersections, during the afternoon peak hour. As an example, you see eastbound or homeward bound through traffic on Arcola operates at an E or an F for most intersections. That's today, and recall that we're going to add another 10,000 more residents in East Regina. On the topic of safety, there were 639 collisions reported to the police on Arcola Avenue between Park Street and Chuka Boulevard for the 5 years between 2016 and 2020. The last of those years, 2020, was during the pandemic, and the collision totals were down in that year. It also, this graph shows that collisions tend to spike in the morning peak and the afternoon peak, which is typical when you have traffic congestion. 20% of the collisions during that 5-year period involved injury. There were no fatalities reported during the time period for the study corridor that we looked at. This is a different snapshot of looking at collisions, a different way to look at collisions, summarized by the individual intersections. And the 3 top collision intersections along the study corridor were University Park Drive with 159 collisions over that 5 years, followed by Park Street with 120 collisions, and then Prince of Wales at 107 collisions. So 159 collisions, what does that equate to? This means that a collision has occurred basically every 2 weeks on average for the past 5 years. I go through that intersection, as do my 2 daughters and my wife, every day. And I can attest, I was asked at the beginning of this study by one of my associates if I knew which would be the highest collision intersection, and I knew it, and she had no idea why. I said, it's because I see the glass on the street every 2 weeks is about right. We looked at pedestrians and cycling facilities as well as part of this study. So it wasn't just about cars, it was trying to understand how people move within East Regina, and to look at both pedestrians and cycling facilities as part of the study, and to strengthen the work that the city has done in East Regina and to promote active modes. We also looked at transit. The road network looks at encouraging transit ridership as another means of sustainability. And the recommendations we have developed are in line with the Transit Master Plan, which is shown here as approved by City Council in May of this year. So there are detailed drawings of each intersection along the corridor to detail where we would see added turning lanes, what the length of those turning lanes would be, so how much queue will there be in the future, But there were 4 standout decisions that we had to make during the course of the study, and I'll run through them. First one was upgrading Arcola Avenue interchange. There was actually a separate report developed looking at different interchange options on how to do this most efficiently, what would meet future traffic needs, and look at different and some innovative design options for interchanges to address that. This is a key pinch point in the Arcola network, which requires a significant investment by the city to resolve better traffic flow. Recognizing again, it is one point along that journey on people's way home or to work. Assiniboine Avenue ramps, we examined the ways to provide new access to Ring Road North for area residents. Prince of Wales Drive extension was another key examination, a new connection for Southeast residents to cross Ring Road. And our last one is Arcola widening. So how far would we have to widen Arcola Avenue to 6 lanes east of the Ring Road? So this drawing shows the recommended interchange design for the Arcola interchange. And it's an expansion of the existing Diamond interchange that's there. This exhibit shows a new bridge to the north of the existing bridge. 3 through lanes are provided both east and west across the bridge. Obviously, we can't stop them there, so the adjacent intersections have to play a part in this interchange design. A double westbound left is recommended, as are things like a wider cycling path along the south side of the existing bridge. The Assiniboine Avenue ramps, we looked at both a ramp to the north and from the north, which are not currently there. Right now, Assiniboine provides access to and from the south on Ring Road. So the westbound to northbound on-ramp at Assiniboine Avenue interchange, which is the red line, provides an alternate travel route for University Park residents to travel north on Ring Road and avoid Arcola Avenue. Again, the previous delegate had pointed out its purpose, and which is to remove people off that green line, which is to go up University Park Drive, turn left, weave across, and then go north. There's a significant weaving section along that portion of Arcola Avenue, and it provides a new movement which picks up over 500 vehicles from that immediate area. You'll note that this shows that it's a very isolated, defined solution, that it doesn't start attracting people from other areas, but really around the University Park area. This actually shows that design. We have not gotten to the point of public consultation. There's a church there and apartments there, and how it would affect their access. There's a current transit turnaround, a cul-de-sac where that ramp would go north onto Ring Road. We've talked to Regina Transit, and they are accepting or in favor of removing that loop where they loop through that portion of development. It also shows a much wider, a redefining of the lanes over the Assiniboine Bridge. There's one lane which travels west to south, and there's a very narrow cycling pathway on the north side of the bridge. But the bridge is about 12 meters wide, which is plenty wide for one lane, even with snow clearing. And so we would intend to move Jersey barriers over and provide a wider pathway, which also means that we have to look at cycling and how cycling is addressed along Assiniboine Avenue. And the city is currently looking at that, having things like cycle tracks and having two-way cycling on the north side of Assiniboine. All good things if you're a cyclist and if you've ever taken this route to the university or over to Wascana Park. The Prince Wales Drive extension was one of those four key aspects that we looked at. And this is a really interesting exhibit, and it came out of the city's traffic model. And I had asked the city to run it in what's called a select link analysis. Tell me where people are coming from and going to. So the pink line, the fatter the pink line is, the more people are on that segment. It's just an indication of volume and how much traffic comes from a certain place. You can see, this is the afternoon peak hour, at that thickest point, there's about 1,800 vehicles an hour on this link, which is substantial. Currently, peak direction on Arcola as you cross over Ring Road is about 3,100. So this carries a significant volume into East Regina and provides kind of a third outlet or crossing of Ring Road, Victoria, Arcola, and then this would be the third at Wascana Parkway. You can see where the traffic is picked up. It's picked up everywhere from Louvain and the commercial on Louvain, peak hour trying to get back to East Regina. It's picked up from SIAST. It's picked up from the University of Regina. It's picked up from the provincial government buildings in the park. And you can see it actually takes traffic from downtown into the East End. And when I say the East End, it's basically Prince of Wales East is where those drivers are destined. And when we looked at this, I was kind of initially a bit shocked that it picked up this much traffic. But the difference between traveling from downtown via this route and downtown to Chuka, the Chuka intersection, is about a 4-kilometer difference. So it's longer, yes it is, but it's like anything. It's like Ring Road. It's further away, but if it's faster, people will take it. And traffic is like water. It will take the path of least resistance. So we saw this extension being an important part of the solution, as it's expected to serve as an alternate route when Arcola Avenue or the Arcola Avenue interchange is under construction. And so that kind of leads to how we came up with our staging plan. This actually shows different options for the Prince Wales Drive extension. The purple line is the recommended line. It goes through one section there, which is being transferred from the federal government to the George Gordon First Nations, I believe this summer. And so, yes, there is land ownership there. The Wascana-McKell conservation area is just east of the purple line. And the purple line north of the creek is actually an existing owned City of Regina right-of-way. So we avoid the conservation area. And the McKell's property is actually that purple square right where it curves east-west. And their request was just not to have the roadway lights shine in their eyes. So it's a good short route. The white route is an alternative if there cannot be an agreement reached, over lands and developing a right-of-way. The white line is longer, but it follows the existing RM right-of-way, and so is another alternative should the purple line not be able to occur. The last of the 4 major decisions was widening to 6 lanes. I talked about when the interchange is done, it's 6 lanes on the west side of Ring Road. You would have to take that 6 lanes over Ring Road and at least to just beyond University Park Drive. Those intersections and the interchange work together symbiotically. In the longer term, we see a widening needed of 6 lanes all the way to Woodland Grove Drive. And so that as a separate project is a widening. There's lots of room in the right of way to do it. And the question, why would you not continue further to Chuka? It's not needed further because of other measures that we have identified in the report, such as a double eastbound left at Chuka Boulevard. Active transportation, I know I'm running a bit long here, but we have a number of things planned throughout every intersection. We've looked at every intersection from an active modes point of view, including the wider multi-use pathways on the Arcola Bridge, the Assiniboine Bridge, what we call smart channelized islands where you cross the traffic cross the pedestrian at 90 degrees so they see the pedestrian a lot easier. The smart islands also restrict the length of crossing of the roadway. So we've instituted in several locations single stage crossings where right now there's double stage crossings. You get to the median, you stop, you have to press the button and cross the rest of the roadway. All of that relates back to, we can do that because we pulled some traffic off of Arcola Avenue through the other measures. And we can do that through signal timing as well. And things like instituting double left turns, it takes half the time to process the same amount of traffic. So we can adjust the signal timing once we start putting in some of these improvements. The only bullet I would like to cover on this slide is the very last one, which is there is the opportunity to do high occupant vehicle lanes over the Arcola Bridge once the new interchange is in place, and once there's 6 lanes there. You could look at, from a sustainability measure, having 1 lane dedicated to high occupancy vehicles. So whether that be 3 or more passengers in a car or buses would be allowed to use that lane. That's an option. It's not a, you know, I've said there's potential to do it. In 2040, this shows the afternoon peak hour traffic volumes with Prince of Wales Drive extension in, the the Assiniboine northbound on-ramp, the new interchange in place, in 6 lanes, Arcola Avenue. And what do we get for volumes? With all of that volume that's heading east over Ring Road ends up being 4,500 vehicles. It's 3,100 in the afternoon peak hour today. But you see some very large numbers there. 1,000 left turns is a lot. You need a double left turn at University Park Drive as you're traveling east to turn left. Certain measures like that, if we can pull them out of the package of doing the interchange and the adjacent intersections and move them forward, those are some of the things that we have talked to staff about and would encourage staff to do for safety reasons and for capacity reasons to try and pull as much forward as we can. All right, so with all the recommended improvements in place, we still see some points in the network that are an E or an F. And to me, this is a good sign. So this is the forecasts, you know, full build out, 40,000 people in East Regina instead of 30,000. And all of these changes, we're still seeing a few E's and F's. And why I say that's okay is because it's the afternoon peak hour, which is your most critical time during the day. That's not reflective of all other time periods, but that one kind of worst hour. And if we saw these as all A's, we've overbuilt. And if everything everywhere was an F, we've underbuilt. We don't have enough infrastructure. It took us a long time to get this to this point, and many runs of looking at different solutions, such as Assiniboine on-ramp. And you start pulling the plan apart, you start seeing F's show up very quickly in here. So we truly believe that it's not just one of these measures that I've talked about, but all of the measures that are needed. And you can say it's by 2040, which is the 300,000 population timeframe, or when Southeast Regina is 40,000 people. Either one of those is sort of the trigger point. And for me, it's really when Southeast is 40,000 population. So there's a staging plan that we provided, and this is probably going to be the thing that I think if there's any consternation, it's over what order do we put things in. I don't think there's been any really negative feedback on the types of measures or the recommendations we've made for East Regina, or even difficulty in believing that they're needed. The staging plan, I can tell you how we developed it. We wanted solutions to be able to be stageable where possible. We wanted to keep traffic moving efficiently over time. And you know, we wanted to address the high collision locations. So that's a big wish list. And so we've done it, and we say short, medium, long. That's really just sort of priority 1, 2, 3. And first priority, or the quick wins, are at individual intersections, things that can be constructed quickly. So for example, we show a number of dual lefts, implementing double lefts. So what does that do when you do a double left, and whether that's at Park Street southbound, at Prince of Wales eastbound, or Chuka Boulevard eastbound? What that does is it moves that traffic quicker. It's always fully protected, so they get their own signal timing, and they take less signal time, and that's why we do it. If we can widen, do it in 2 lanes, fully protect them, so they either get an arrow or they get a red ball. And so a lot of those collisions that we were seeing were actually left turn opposing. And left turn opposing can only happen if you're going under a permissive phase, under a green ball. If you've got an arrow, no one should be T-boning you as a left turn. So our short term includes some what I call quick wins, things that can be designed and implemented, constructed very quickly, including the Assiniboine northbound on-ramp, which helps Arcola from a safety point of view and a capacity point of view. In the medium term, we put Prince of Wales extension next. And we had a number of reasons for that. We believe it has kind of the biggest bang for the buck for the city. It's a 2-lane roadway. It's easy to design, so it's quicker to implement than a fairly rigorous interchange design, which is a much longer process and more open to variability and costs over things like geotechnical or other things that may come up in the design. You know, whether you want 2 bridges there, or you want to remove the existing bridge surface and do it all on one bridge. There's some big heady decisions with the interchange that still have to occur, which the bridge engineers at the city would get involved with and help make some decisions on. And it provides, by doing Prince of Wales extension second, it provides more options for the city on the Arcola interchange. So when I talked about you may want to do the Arcola interchange as a single bridge structure, it'd be tough to pull off that bridge structure. Where does all that traffic go every day for 2 or 3 years during the construction? You would absolutely need Prince Wales Drive extension in place in order to have an alternate access to the east end of Regina. And then then after that, we said, you know, you should work on everything from Park Street to University Park Drive, including the interchange, and widening to 6 lanes through there. And then over time, the very last thing would be, as traffic builds, to widen Arcola to 6 lanes all the way out to Woodland Grove Drive. That can be staged over time as traffic continues to grow. And I think that is, yeah, so just in summary, I mean, Arcola interchange upgrade, the 6 laning of Arcola, Prince Wales extension, and Assiniboine are all required at that 300,000 population model level. It's not a matter of, well, let's just delay, but we do still have to plan, design, and implement. And you know, we don't get involved in the budgetary side of that. So we can try and tell you, here's what gives you your best bang for the buck from a capacity and a safety point of view. Widening of Arcola Avenue should occur after the interchange is upgraded. Otherwise, you just form a key choke point at the interchange. The interchange works as a package along with those items from Park Street to University Park Drive. And lastly, we do make a comment in the report that if, you know, if Prince Wales Drive, if an agreement can't be reached on Prince Wales Drive extension, you would want to do the interchange before and preserve that to the end. I would hate for it to be lost though, in that whole, in looking at timing, that it was like, oh, well, we can defer Prince of Wales because we don't really know if we need it. I'm gonna tell you, you do need it, and it's probably, it's again, that third outlet from East Regina that's not there right now. You've got Vic and you've got Arcola right now. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file this report?
Just before we do that, I think it would be ample time for people to ask them questions, and then after that.
My apologies. I jumped ahead. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for these lovely people sitting here? Councillor Stanishuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions that are just gonna throw a whole different concept out. And that is that, you know, there is some evidence that the more you expand your roads, the more lanes you build, that traffic just continues to increase. So you don't really resolve traffic. And so it's what people often call as induced demand. And there are a number of studies out there that do talk about that. And especially in the States, like San Diego expanded its roads at the same rate as population growth, and yet the city still saw 175% increase in congestion on their roads. A couple cities, Pensacola, Florida, and Omaha, Nebraska, expanded their highways 3 times faster than population growth, and congestion still increased by 233 and 231% respectively. So I'd like to hear your views on that. Like, are we just, like if we expand the roads, are we just gonna increase traffic and we're gonna be back looking at this question in 20 years again?
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. We do need somebody to move this report first, and then we can complete all the questions. So do I have a mover?
Alternative motion, so, because and I'll explain that after,
Right.
but.
So that's why she was confused.
No, don't move it.
Okay, okay, yep.
Same thing. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
Go ahead with your answers.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and through the chair. There is evidence of that, and you're correct. You've obviously done your reading on this. I've watched presentations from experts who have talked about sort of the induced or latent demand that's out there, and you know, this idea of you keep building wider, they will come. And it's kind of true when you get into a really, really large center. Where Regina is at is, I think, has done a very good job sustainably of putting all of the office space downtown. That was a very intentional decision to try and have a common destination so that you can serve traffic to that common destination through things like transit, etc. So it depends on your belief in the uptake to alternate modes like transit. Now, I can tell you that every day you can look down Arcola and it is bumper to bumper cars right now, and we add 10,000 more residents out there. I don't think it's so much an induced demand. I think it's not like other areas are going to start using that road if you provide it. It's the residents of that area have two ways to get downtown, and you have to meet that demand, or you have to have people work from home, work outside of, drive outside of peak hours, take more transit, all of those things. And so I think all of those are accurate and definitely goals that we should be looking at, but they will make up a small portion of the demand that's there. And I would love to say that we can make it go away and just not expand anything and the traffic won't be there, but it's already there and we're still adding residents.
Okay. Through the chair, a lot of the, I'd like to get a little more information about the collisions that have happened, and are some of the solutions to the collisions would be some of the short-term things that you've talked about, like double left lane turns. Are there other kind of short-term things that would address some of the collisions so that there aren't as many?
Through the chair, yes, there are. There's a whole series of safety measures that can be looked at. Certainly, protected double lefts are a big part of that because so many of the collisions are left turn opposing collisions. The other key pattern that we see is rear end collisions. So what happens with rear end collisions, it's congestion, speeding, and capacity of the road. And as drivers are going home, tired, frustrated, they're coming over the overpass, they're picking up speed. We've looked at the speed limit and we don't think that it should be changed, but that would be another area, but it has to be set appropriately when you set speed limits. Otherwise, if you set them falsely or inaccurately, people don't follow them and it doesn't really work. But certainly signal timing is a big piece of how we can control a lot of the safety. Adding more time through capacity improvements is another key way to get rid of both of those types of collisions. Okay. And they are, if you noticed on that one graph, it had two lines, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, where it kind of spiked. That's congestion related when that happens. So it's happening during your peak hours more predominantly, which means people are taking chances more to run a red light or make a left turn and somebody runs the red light into them, those sorts of things.
Okay. Through the chair, just another question. I've seen in other cities where they, I don't know what the terminology is, but I'm going to call it a flex lane, where in peak hours there'd be, one lane, like more lanes going in the direction, like away from the downtown in the afternoon, and then in the morning it's reversed.
Yeah.
So is that something that you looked at, and is that even a possibility, or is it less expensive option?
It's because the lanes are so far apart, there's a median in between, it's not easy to switch. Usually you see that more in the California type situation where it's a freeway and they move the Jersey barriers in the middle to add another lane. We did look at it, we call it a counterflow lane on the bridge. We were trying to save the width of the bridge, and so that was one of the options we looked at, and we couldn't find a good way to do it and do it safely for such a short segment.
Okay. I think that's all I have for, the other question was, did you also consider an emergency? You talked about high occupancy or carpool lane. Have you considered also like an emergency vehicle lane? Because that was one of the concerns raised, that it congested times, that it might be difficult for emergency vehicles. So is that something that's been considered or looked at as well?
Through the chair, I think it is one of those things that you would consider if you were looking at a high occupancy vehicle lane. It would also serve that purpose too.
Okay.
Less vehicles in it, easier to get through.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So, Bruce, thank you for all the work, the city as well. So let's really be frank here. We've got 4 options or many options that have been put on the table as to things that need to be done in the southeast. We know that we have, and when I counted on there were 9 Fs and 22 Es, which again is failing. Arcola is failing at almost every intersection in some turn or way. I guess the question I ask is that when we have studied this over and over and over, and this last study was also to be part of the new bypass that was supposed to, administration thought, let's see how much traffic is taken off because of the new bypass. I think we can all agree, and I guess your response is that we've seen, obviously, the reference is more will come when you build it. Is that fair to say that we've seen more traffic on Arcola? And do you think it is because the bypass? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I would say that we've seen growth in traffic. Now, recognizing when we did this study, it was during the pandemic. And so we adjusted the traffic volume. So they were collected at a time when the bypass was operating. We still had to adjust for that pandemic condition, right? People were working from home. And so we had various surrogate ways to look at locations and say, here's where we believe the traffic in 2021 was operating. And is it more or less with the bypass? It's really difficult for us to attribute this much traffic to the bypass or that much traffic to the bypass.
Okay. When we talked about the Prince of Wales extension, and you talk about the staging plan of, why that should come first before all of the other pieces on Arcola. The question I have is, why can it not be done simultaneously? Why is it that we're pitting one against the other? So we're saying Arcola Avenue, that's the elephant in the room. That's the one that needs to be done. That's where all the growth is. If you talk to people on the north side of Arcola, they're saying, I will never use Prince of Wales. It'll never get. So we're looking at an area of maybe the Creeks, Wascana View, that may use Prince of Wales. So again, the theory of the recommendation, and if it can or cannot go, to put that one priority over where we've seen the major accidents and the collisions, and of course, I'm going to say, I know there's only been 2 fatalities, but with the fatalities, but also injuries, why not just deal with Arcola, get it done, and then move forward with the other?
Through the chair, I think we believe the best, again, bang for the buck is through Prince of Wales and securing that 3rd outlet to Southeast Regina, which also helps you when you go to build the interchange, and it provides you that option to actually pull the whole superstructure off the bridge if you want to do that, completely close down Arcola, or during any of the upgrades that were in that short term, they all are going to require construction and traffic staging. And without really frustrating the public too much on every one of these items that gets constructed on Arcola, having an alternate route is a good idea. Could it go concurrently? Yes, it could. It certainly could, and certainly there should be the planning in place for both Prince of Wales and for the interchange. So we've done what would be called a preliminary design, but there's a lot of design work, detailed design work that's still required. You know, the bridge engineers, the geotechnical engineers that get involved, how you're actually going to build this and construct it, because it's a very costly piece of infrastructure with lots of risk in cost variability, as opposed to a two-lane road like Prince of Wales Extension. So in my mind, it's a very easy, if I had to choose one which has the biggest benefit, choose the easy one with the least risk, and then at the same time be working on the one that's harder and is probably going to take longer to design, tender, construct. So hopefully that answers your
Can I
question.
ask, is there any economic benefit to the city for going with the option of Prince of Wales?
Is there an economic benefit? I think there's a societal benefit in working with the First Nations. I think there's a benefit in crossing Ring Road. There's not many opportunities to cross Ring Road anymore, and that's one of them. And there's actually an interchange at the end of it, which is the Wascana Parkway interchange. So that's where I see the economic benefit of that option to the city. I recognize it's outside the city, so it's kind of counterintuitive, but if it serves your constituents and the residents of Regina, the location, I think, is less important than the importance that it provides. It taps into Wascana Parkway, which has a lot of spare capacity.
Thank you. I think the frustration and was, you know, from sitting here since 16 and seeing all of the reports come forward, all of, from reading everything that, you know, the University Park Drive location, there's nothing else that can be done. The signalization, there's absolutely nothing more that can be done there. We're seeing these intersections that are failing, and yet we're going to look at it being 15 years plus. Like that doesn't sit well. So I guess and if we can't get the land, and this was debated, you know, in 18, if you can't get the land at Prince of Wales, then what happens is if it's not in the queue, right, it doesn't move up. So I guess my thought is that if we moved up everything that's in the stage 3 into stage 2, and if the land goes, great, you move that forward, but if it doesn't, at least we're ready to go in that stage 2. Is that something that you would think would be fair?
Through the chair, yeah, I think that would be fair. Like if, and we actually say that in our report, if Prince of Wales is untenable, if you can't come to some agreement, you should move up planning of the rest of it. I would just hate for there to be this belief that if we do the interchange that you don't need Prince of Wales. I would hate for it to be lost as an opportunity to the city. It's been in the transportation master plan. I've seen it all the way back to 2000. That link has been in there, and the longer it sits in there, the question becomes, why is it in there if we're not acting upon it? Should it just be taken out? And through all of our analysis, it's all needed, as we discussed. So, but could you move up the interchange? Yes, you could. If Prince of Wales extension is, there can't be an agreement reached on it, then I would say, yes, you should move up the other aspects of this plan.
Okay. And in regards to looking at safety, this is not just about congestion, this is about safety. And I think that is the priority that needs to be discussed, and that's the reason that things have to be elevated up. 15 years plus is not it's not acceptable. And accidents have grown. And I guess the other, you know, I spoke with SGI. SGI has notified the city of Regina that they have to do something in Arcola. Too many accidents and too many injuries. What's interesting is that in 19 and 20, when the counts were low, the injuries actually almost doubled. So speed was an issue. When we met with the Board of Police Commission, the number one thing in our area is speed, is traffic congestion and traffic speed, and people are concerned with that. We can see, we heard from the delegation that we've got many problems in the areas because we've got so much congestion. People are using residential streets that are causing this, where children play, parks and all that, where people are now utilizing that as a road that should have never been used for that type of. So I guess, you know, the last question, and I'll let others ask, but you had mentioned it, is that all of this needs to be done, and it needs to be done timely. The 15 years out for Arcola Avenue to any of those changes and the bridge, again, seems ridiculous when we see the injuries. And if you can respond to that.
Yeah, sure, through the chair. I agree with you. Safety is paramount in what we do on the traffic side. During the pandemic throughout North America, the level of injuries and fatalities went up. So the number of collisions went up as a whole because of speeding. There was less people on the road, so more reckless driving. I think the important piece regarding the time frame is, number one, to have a plan in place. And that will lead you to the solution. Like to date, we've had, we've done some of the previous studies for developers and said, you need a double left turn here. It shows up in a report and it comes through council, and there's been a whole bunch of the last decade of reports. And the intent is to have that all pieced together through one city report that is basically a bit of a cookbook of here's the things that need to be solved and have to be chipped away at. But until you come to that agreement and approval, it's tough to piecemeal all the little changes together. This provides, I think, a fairly concrete plan to do that.
In the transportation master plan, it does indicate that we should be actually building existing roads before we open new roads. So why would then Prince of Wales be the recommendation prior? Are you afraid that we're gonna lose it and we won't come back to it? Is that what you're concerned with? Through the chair?
Through the chair, I'm concerned that it may get lost, and I think it's an opportunity that should be looked at because of its it's a 2-lane road. It's not an expensive, beyond the negotiation to acquire the land for it. It's a fairly simple construction and a fairly cost-effective construction. And again, there's an interchange sitting at the end of it that exists, that's already there, that you're tapping into.
Good. I'll let others ask. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Not moving the receive and file, and actually have an alternative motion. So after everyone, I guess if there's others that have questions, I'll let that go.
There's nobody else in the queue, so you can go right ahead, continue with your report.
Okay, thank you. So I want to say thank you to the work that was done. I want to say that it's so disappointing to spend $300,000 on a report to come back to council with the same recommendations that was previously done in 16 and 18. It's just repeating the same thing we know. that Arcola Avenue is congested, and guess what? It's got failures throughout every intersection of that roadway. We see it in accidents, we see it in the collisions, and we also see it in the injuries. People have to wait a little bit in time. I think that was in a vehicle to get to work. I remember the conversation as well, people should just leave earlier. Well, we have approved the growth to move forward. We know the growth that's going to be out there, and we have failed to move forward with the transportation piece. These dollars come out of service agreement fees. That's what developers put them in for, it's for the growth. The concern I have is that we have waited and waited and waited, and I went back to look at everything, and I've got a binder this thick, the reports that have been done. Arcola Avenue should have already had those things done on Arcola at every intersection. Back in 15 to 19, those were supposed to be done. So I sit here today saying I'm not going to wait another 15 years. So I'd like to put a motion there, if I can put it up. I would like to see that, if you can post it there, that we direct administration to include the consultant's long-term recommendations as the medium-term recommendations in the future planning. So that brings into that link, into that time, it's going to look at the Prince of Wales. Prince of Wales can't go. Guess what? We're going to be looking at the other options, and they're ready to go. The Southeast cannot afford to wait 15 years to adjust that roadway. And the second piece to this is the safety, the accidents. We've heard about the other piece is the detailed information that will be happening, and it's in the report, which I appreciate. I want this to be ready for funding. If we get bridge funding, we're ready to go to allocate dollars to that bridge. And the last piece is in regards to the transportation master plan. This is long overdue. Our job is not just water and sewer. Our job is also to provide roads. It's unfortunate the service agreement fees have been dedicated to the water and the sewer. But when do we say enough is enough? Until we have a fatality, another fatality? I'm not willing to wait, and nor should any of you. I have supported many, many things on this council that don't affect me or my residents. Every time I see an accident on Arcola, and I spoke to Bruce about this, my heart sinks, because you know what? It's a crash. How are stats collected? They go to the hospital. I understand if they're deemed to be released. We don't know if they have passed away at the end, only if they stay in hospital 30 days. It's time to move Arcola forward. I understand there's other things in the queue, but this is about no longer just about waiting in the wings, congestion. It's about safety. So I would appreciate to leave this up also to administration, and this will come, I guess, back at budget for discussions as well at budget time. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, we're gonna open this up to questions on the motion. So we have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I just have a question for administration. How does the safety of this stretch of road compare to other parts of our city? Is it the #1 outlier? Are there other parts with similar problems that we have to address, or is this the one on the list that's the most dangerous to us right now?
Okay, Mr. Onright, go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Kaleem, our traffic engineer manager, to comment.
Thank you through the chair. If you bear with me, I'm just looking for some more information. One caveat I would say is that we typically receive real-time data from SGI, which is where we get all of our collision data from, about 6 months after the year is closed. So we don't have any data that we're able to look through for 2021, and 2020 was, and 2019 was heavily impacted by the pandemic. So you may want to keep that in mind. When I look at some of our historical data, our COLA was fairly consistent for an arterial road, if I recall, noting that there have been some more recent increases. University Park Drive and Arcola, for example, was comparable. To, I'm trying to see here, sorry. I think at the time that I have historical data for, the closest intersection to being in the top collisions would have actually been Park and Arcola and University Park Drive and Arcola. And our larger concern intersections were Dudney and Leuven, Albert and Sask, Victoria and University Park Drive, and Victoria and Prince of Wales.
Okay. Are there plans and mitigation effects for the other 4 right now? Are these staged repairs for problem areas or hotspots?
So through the chair, right now we're getting into our Vision Zero program, which council approved. One of the outcomes of that is going to be making some recommendations through the work that we've been doing with SGI and with Regina Police Services to look at the actual planned implementation changes to make the system safer. The Vision Zero approach is going to be looking at a safe systems approach. So it's going to be looking at all things from safe drivers, safe roads, safe speeds, and safe vehicles. And there's different rules that need to be considered in that. But yes, we're currently discussing some of those problematic intersections that I just mentioned.
Okay. But those don't sound like they have an infrastructure component like this one does. Would that be incorrect? Through the chair?
So through the chair, I would say most of them do have some sort of an infrastructure component where there are capacity issues, where these are lining up on our arterial roads. And so there is some fundamental limitations in capacity and what might need to be provided to be able to make timing changes, such as going to prohibited signal timing phases as the consultant recommended, and still provide the expected levels of service through the intersection.
Thank you. When the consultant was putting forth the findings, they gave some gradings on this passage of road from all the way from A to F on how this road performs. Once again, how does that compare to our city? Is that mirrored throughout the city? Is this exceptional? How does this look like from a commuter in the east compared to a commuter in the south or in the northwest?
Just going to interrupt. Sorry, were you done your question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Mr. Warren wanted to, I think, elaborate. So go ahead, Mr. Warren.
Okay, thank you through the chair. So we've collected a little bit of information around some of the other intersections in the city. So for example, other intersections that operate at the level of service F, which just which represents intersections that have long delays. Intersections like the Albert Street and Sask Drive, Broad Street and Saskatchewan Drive, Pasca Street and /Leuven and 9th Avenue North, Victoria Ave and Arcola Avenue, Victoria Ave and Prince of Wales, and then Winnipeg and Ross Avenue. Those are a few examples of some other intersections throughout the city that operate at similar service levels. And I think the question was asked a little while ago about just what are some of the improvements maybe that we have planned for some of those things. So we do, for some of those intersections, we do have improvements planned in the next 5 years. For example, Sask Drive, it's being done as part of the larger Sask Drive corridor work that's to be taking place starting in 2024 and lasting up to upwards of 6 years for completion. Improvements at Pasca Street and 9th Avenue North are expected to begin in the next 5 years. Winnipeg Street and Ross Avenue expected within the next 5 to 10 years. So there is some data that there is some intersections that we do know that need some work, and it could be additional signal enhancements. It could be widening. It could be various pieces of infrastructure that would be required at any one of those certain intersections. But these are things that we are considering on an annual basis, and working to improve where we can.
So in looking at what's before us here, the consultant administration came up with these recommendations. Having a play on the timing of long-term to medium-term by this motion, how would that play out for some of the plans you made? I guess what I'm worried about is I think these things need to be fixed, but I don't want the councillor who may be in the seat 5 years from now or 7 years all of a sudden to have everything put off for one side of the city. It's one of my worries. So how does that actually lay out? Can this be accelerated and balanced and still get ahead, or is there a problem with planning that a bump would happen?
Mr. Onrait.
Thanks, through the chair. So as we've listened to the discussion, there is no doubt Arcola Avenue is a pinch point and is a concern. So I'm going to back up a little bit to the conversation about Prince of Wales extension. And I'm going to talk about it from a construction perspective, maybe not from so much from the planning perspective. Arcola Avenue work needs to be very strategically planned out. And if there is no outlet out of that east end of the city or another outlet out of the east end of the city when you do that work, it is going to be major congestion on that roadway system over about a 4-year period. Now, things that we will take into consideration when it gets to the actual detailed planning with Chris Seeley, his team, and the rest of our project team would be things like night construction, trying to offset some of that work through that. But I don't want to underestimate the importance of that Prince of Wales extension. It will relieve that some of the traffic congestion, as the consultant has pointed out. And I think the staging, you know, I'm gonna look over at Mr. Lacey and not put him into cardiac arrest here. It's time and money. So, you know, we'd love to do all of these projects at once, but the planning of these projects, especially a project the size of what is in front of council committee today, it's a $75 million project if you take everything into consideration. And I think to Councillor Mancinelli's comment about, you know, putting 75 million into this project as opposed to how are we going to fund the rest of the projects that need to be funded? And the the Vision Zero project has been approved by council, and there is funding in the plan to move forward with those projects. And these are important intersection, pedestrian, traffic, all modes of transportation at intersection points, keeping everyone safe. I could sit here and say it won't impact. A lot of the funding for the Arcola project is SAF funded, but I would definitely go to the conversation with finance to see, because there's a whole list of projects in the SAF model. So when you start pulling projects ahead, you start pushing other projects out within that model. So there will be some offsets pulling everything ahead. There will be some offsets. And some of the funding for this is in the SAF model today. So that was a long-winded answer to a short question, but I just wanted to bring a bit of context on the staging and the magnitude of Arcola Avenue in itself. And I think the other piece of it is, as the consultant has pointed out, and our internal teams have had a look at it, some of the intersection improvements that can be done first, that's not lost money. Those intersection improvements are a part of the larger Arcola project, and they can be done. They're about $5 million, And as the consultant said, they can be, those should be done first.
Should have been done.
And to the history of why we are where we are today, you know, I think we can debate that 6 ways to Sunday. We're at a point in time here. You've got a report in front of committee for a decision, and administration will follow direction of council and where you land today.
Through the chair, has anyone suggested to people to step on their accelerator when the light turns green? No, I'm just joking. Sorry about that, I couldn't resist. I wanted to make sure I understood this, the third leg properly. One of the points in this plan is to rebuild the bridge itself. Am I mistaken in thinking that we pretty much couldn't rebuild that bridge if we didn't have another place to put all the people who use it for the 2 years it takes to build a bridge? Is that kind of the culminating point of why you keep on saying that? Through the chair?
Through
Mr.
the
Seeley?
chair, if you could say the question again, I'm just trying to understand fully.
We continue to talk about this third leg. You've expressed the importance. We've talked about all the expansion on Arcola, but I'm just trying to picture trying to rebuild the actual bridge, which is the major pinch point, without another point of egress.
Right.
Is that really the culminating point of why this becomes so important?
Yeah, through the chair, that's exactly why. It's really it's a big project where you're building a bridge beside an existing bridge to upgrade it, and all the traffic that's going through there, and you're trying to do that construction in the middle of traffic, will take 2 to 3 years. Or if the other option is to take the bridge deck, fully pull it off so there's no traffic going down Arcola, and build it as one wide bridge over the existing substructure and the existing piers and to add on to it. You couldn't fully shut down Arcola right now, but you could if you had another outlet and you told people there's another route to take.
Okay.
So it provides options by having Prince of Wales extension in place first.
Appreciate that.
Okay, Councillor Stevens is next.
Great. Thank you. For the consultant, I'm kind of curious about the spillover effects of the Prince of Wales option. It feeds into Wascana, which you've suggested has excess capacity. That then feeds onto Broad Street. It's built on the assumption that you suggested, which is people are flowing into the downtown. What should we be wary of if it comes to then increasing traffic on Broad Street for that purpose, if anything?
So through the chair, what that one diagram showed was that a lot of the traffic that's proposed to use Prince Wales Drive extension gets distributed to different destinations, all the way east to Louvain and some of the commercial on Louvain, through to South Polytechnic, through to the U of R, government buildings, which, you know, through the park, and then into downtown. So there would be an impact on Broad, but it's a distributed impact. It's not everyone going to the same location. So it's a bit like a tree where once it gets across the Wascana Parkway Bridge or overpass, then it starts peeling off into different directions. So you're distributing that impact.
Thank you. This is a broad question regarding the environmental impact section. I found this kind of puzzling. Basically suggests there's no environmental impact of potentially building through a conservation area, no potential environmental impact of widening roads and building roads and increasing capacity for more vehicles in Regina, which seems pretty bizarre to say the least. Can you explain that section? And how do we respond to residents and others who have raised flags about one option of building through a conservation area as an example?
Sure. Through the chair, there is you are going over the creek to extend Prince of Wales. but the actual conservation area is east of that roadway alignment. You're not going through the Ducks Unlimited conservation area where there's a boardwalk and everything. There's the cattails and everything along that edge, and that's still owned by, I'm not sure if it's Ducks Unlimited or as part of the conservation easement that's in there. So that, yes, that has to be dealt with. The land ownership has to be dealt with. It goes through the road floodplain. So all of this has been documented back to reports in 2014 where this has already been discussed, that there is an impact, and it has to be investigated. So there is time that is required to make sure that the approvals are in place, that this roadway could occur.
Okay, thank you. So to administration, can you comment on why this was not vetted through the sustainability team for a wider review of the impacts, and why there really wasn't much mention of transit and other modes of transportation in conjunction with this analysis?
Thank you. Through the chair.
Ms. Bratton.
Thank you, through the chair. So this report is written as a receive and file report. So there is no direct impact on the environment. The actual impacts on the environment when will occur, be more meaningful when we actually go into approving the construction of projects.
Okay, thank you. Following on that point, the consultant has mapped out some pretty interesting multimodal active modes of transportation option, public transit. Is it safe to assume that you're then going to take that advice and actually build it into your design? Or is this going to be the pathway from downtown to Mosaic that didn't happen?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we absolutely will be.
Okay, perfect. This question would lead to a request of Councillor Bresciani, who has flagged problems that exist today and will only get worse. If we were to change the resolution from a receive and file to taking this to council, I would like to see a supplemental report that would outline the implications of shifting, this is terrible math, so correct me if I'm wrong, but basically $69 million from a medium to long term into a medium term project. I'm not for or against it. I need to know the implications of our capital planning model beyond just what was explained. That's not enough. This is no fault of administration. I need to see what we're shuffling around and also what the prospect might be of adjusting our SAF model to account for the increased cost that might come with expediting it. And that supplemental report would have to come to us before this would come to council, so I could make a better informed decision about the implications, because we are trading off different projects that might have equally significant safety implications.
We can have all that.
Is that something that could be done?
Okay, who's going to take this question first? Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Stevens, we can certainly accommodate all that. What I would suggest or recommend is we will bring that back as part of the 23-24 budget. That is when these things should be debated as to, do you want to move things up, down, backwards, whatever, with respect to changing capital projects, because there's a 5-year capital plan and there's an outer years. And in this way, we would endeavor to have a report that would outline essentially what you're asking for. What are the implications? What does this do with respect to capital planning? How does this affect the SAF model, et cetera, et cetera? So we can take that as an undertaking that we would bring that back as part of the budget, because essentially what Councillor Bresciani's motion is doing is saying, well, the consultant had these in the long term. I think you should have them in the medium term. Regardless of that, it is still going to require an explicit decision of council to make any changes in an ultimate capital construction plan.
So, thank you. Through the chair, my request to Councillor Bresciani would be that that is mentioned here, and that what you're looking for would come back to us as part of the budgeting process. And so that gives us lots of time, doesn't kill anything, it just provides more information to council. Are you amenable to adjusting your resolution? Okay, Someone magically write the language that I just talked about.
Just so it would be.
Oh, look at that,
come to
someone wrote
budget.
it. How'd you know?
Oh, okay, we're past the time of a mandatory break, so I'm just curious if everyone wants to take that 15-minute break or carry on.
Let's just carry on.
Okay, I got, well, that's.
And I can help write the language.
It's mandatory, so we'll take the break. Okay, 4:47. Okay, I'll ask my council colleagues to have a seat, and we're gonna get started here again. So we're still on questions here in regards to the motion. So I believe it's Councillor Stevens. Nope. Were you still on, Councillor? Okay.
So through the chair, just to correct, the $69 million is the medium and long-term together. So just the long-term cost is 42.3 as per the report. So if that 69 million could be changed to 42.3. Yeah, perfect. My final comment would be when this comes back, I'm going to be very focused on the transit component of this. We cannot talk about accessibility, mobility in the city without existing plans like the transit master plan and so on. So I'm going to be grilling on how that could be incorporated into the equation of how we mitigate traffic and so on. We have design features. We need to put buses on the roads and bums in those seats. It can't just be widening roads. So yeah, I guess we'll have a fun budget meeting in December. Yeah, thank you. That's all.
Okay, next we have Councillor Hawkins, I believe.
Mr. Chair, I want to look a bit at the Prince of Wales option and ask, contrary to your conclusion, whether there's an option there at all, or whether it's not just entirely ephemeral. And I want to start with the environment where Councillor Stevens introduced and left off. This has some environmental impact. It might have a huge environmental impact. I don't know, but how? And building roads does have a big environmental impact. How can you recommend the Prince of Wales option knowing that there's an environmental impact when we haven't looked at the environmental impact? To come to Councillor Stevens' question, where is the environmental impact in this report which recommends building another road?
Go ahead, Mr. Seeley.
I will only say that every project has an environmental impact. When we build a road anywhere in Saskatchewan, whether it's far north or around Regina or through Regina, every road has an environmental impact. This one goes through the Road floodplain. Are there other grid roads, RM roads, that go through the Road floodplain? Absolutely there are. They build them up and they minimize the impact. So when we're doing a study like this, there was a study done in 2014 which did start to cover the environmental impacts and the other aspects to this. Our study is a planning study. There would still need to be on all of these detailed design, like whether it's the interchange or the widening of Arcola or Prince Wales Drive extension, and those impacts have to be looked at that time. But without knowing what we're building, that was the source of this study, and not to say that the roadway meets the muster when it comes to environmental impact or how it meets that at this stage. That'll come at a subsequent stage of detailed design.
I think what this council has said what it said in every report that it wants to come to council. It says, don't leave the environmental impacts somewhere down the line. Put it at the planning stage, not at the design stage. Get it up front. Now, this is not, it's not your problem. I think it's our problem, but this is a serious deficiency in the discussion. Let me try something else. We haven't looked at the feasibility, or haven't really discussed the feasibility of the Prince of Wales suggestion because we don't own the land for that suggestion. And it's sort of been slipped by. But if anybody thinks we're going to negotiate to buy that land, that it'll be just no problem, month here and maybe 6 weeks, it might take years and years to get that land, if ever. And of course, the price of that land is going to start rising very sharply. If anybody in this room even open whispers a suggestion of it. In fact, your report will probably do it. So what do you say to Councillor Bresciani when she says, I've waited for 6 years? You say, well, we've got to get on with Prince of Wales because we've got to do that because it's going to be chaos if we don't do it. She's going to say, it might take 10 years just to acquire the land for the Prince of Wales road. And then somebody's going to say, well, we'll expropriate it. Legal's been very clear with us on a number of debates. The expropriation process is long, complex, and is itself lengthy. So are we really even talking about a possibility when we talk about the Prince of Wales Drive if we don't own the land and it might be a major step to acquire it?
Through the chair, I think that there is a strong possibility of it occurring. There's one major landowner, and it's the federal government, and that land's being transferred to a local First Nations. And there's an indication that there'd be a desire to have a roadway for development, which not only serves purposes that they have, but also the city's purposes for access to transportation. That negotiation still would have to occur, yes, there's no question, with a major landowner. Failing that, Prince of Wales Drive still can occur. I had shown a line that was in white, which was on existing RM roadways. So it is feasible.
I think my point is it may be feasible, but may not, but it may certainly be lengthy. If anybody thinks that we're going to work out that set of negotiations overnight, well, we do all kinds of negotiations. We can barely do anything overnight. So I flag that as a serious problem. And I think what, let me put words in her mouth, she'll correct me. I think she's saying, I don't want to wait anymore because every time I bring our cola to the table, you're going to suggest, oh, well, just wait for one more thing and one more thing, one more thing. Here we are 6 years later. One last thing. It somehow feels disconnected to me to talk about this at all without talking about financing it. Inflation rate in Canada today, I think, what was it, 7.7%. The municipal inflation rate will be higher. We can do things by borrowing money. Interest rates are rising quickly. They'll go up certainly another 0.75% by fall. Taxpayers I talk to are pretty anxious because they can't afford their mortgage and the gas, their food. They're not going to be looking at an 8% mill rate increase unless, or if we can try, but they'll get rid of the whole bunch of us. So is this really with the SAF stuff is confusing? Is this really within the realm of financial feasibility? We'll find out, but I just want to say I'm very reluctant to say to the folks who have been waiting for our COLA, wait some more, because really what I'm asking them to do is wait for the environmental stuff to get sorted out, wait till we probably negotiate over a bunch of land, wherever it is, with some pretty tough negotiators, and wait till we figure out how to finance it in a declining economy. Any comment on all that?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Hawkins, you're absolutely right. And I think the important point is to have a plan and a city approved plan in place. And if you'll hear me out, there was an example of this that I was involved with out in Pilot Butte before there was a Regina bypass, and we were looking at interchanges. And I was at an open house, and we were showing where potential interchanges would go, and there was no money dedicated by the province to any interchanges at that point. And a lady walked up to the microphone to ask a question, and she was dressed in black, and I knew where that was going. She had lost a child on that part of Highway 1, and she asked the question, when is this going to happen? And unfortunately, I didn't have the money to say this is when it's happening. There was no background to when that government was going to come forward. So my answer to her was the important piece in order for this to get traction is to actually have a plan that's approved that people can build towards. And good things happened, and there was money put behind it, and the interchanges are now there. They're a reality, not that far away. And we were looking at a 20-year plan without any budget available at the time. So I think the key is there's been lots of little pieces done in the East End to say there's a traffic problem here, there's a traffic problem here, here's how you solve it. But there's never been one consistent approved plan to say, here's what we're building. And it's the same thing as having a house. You have a plan to fix your roof and your windows, but you pick your priorities and you chip away at it. And that's the same with this. That's why that quick wins list is there. Those have been on the books for a long time. And let's say it takes you 20 minutes to get from downtown to the East End to back home during the afternoon peak hour. And we can take 3 minutes off of that 20 minutes. It may sound funny, but if you do that every day, 3 minutes is a win for everyone, all 3,000 people on that link every day during that peak hour. And so have the plan, chip away at the plan, there's some big asks in that plan that have to be worked out. And that's how I would approach it.
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt just for a second. We're at 5 o'clock, so we're going to need a motion of continuance for the meeting. Till somebody moves adjournment. Are we okay with that?
What time?
Till 6 o'clock, we'll say. 6 o'clock, Bob?
I'm certainly not prepared to go beyond 6 o'clock. I might go to 5:30 or something, but that's in my opinion.
Okay.
So I'll move we adjourn at 5:45, just to see if we can solve this problem.
Okay. Okay.
You have to vote on it.
Any opposed to 5:45? Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go one step further. I agree with you completely. We need a plan, a long-term plan, and we should have a long-term plan for this and many other things. And if we'd gotten through the agenda today, I might have suggested the value of that in another area. But I want to ask you this. In practical terms, if what we have to do is chip away at the easy wins, and you've listed some in column A, why aren't the Chuka Boulevard the easy wins before Prince of Wales Drive?
Through the chair, why is Chuka Boulevard before?
Sorry. This is why we should adjourn immediately. Arcola things that Councilor Barciani's been talking about, why aren't we doing them first? Even though we know in the long-term plan, Prince of Wales has to come. Why aren't those things, even though they're going to cause a little more traffic congestion, why aren't they in the end the only rational option on the table?
So
people have been waiting.
So through the chair, I mean, we do have a lot of the measures on our COLA that are in that short term in that first column. And we've shown all of the work beside the interchange as a package in that long term. If there are specific items, and there may be ways to pull specific items up sooner, we should be doing that. And I think that's a further detailed discussion. I mean, the staging plan was to say, here's the order I would put things in large packages. But for example, would I love to pull out the eastbound double left at University Park Drive and have it right away? Yes, but we'd probably be duplicating that effort when we go to build the interchange. So we've tried to be careful to plan some smaller things, what I call smaller, along Arcola up front, Prince of Wales, and then show larger packages at the back end. But some of those larger packages could be moved up.
Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. You've also been patient with some tough questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, I see no one left to speak. I just wanted to make a comment here. I noticed Mr. Onright said something about working night construction. Well, I'm going to work right away, going night construction after finishing this shift here. And so I remember when I was in California a few years ago with my family, and we were driving back from Disneyland or wherever it was to the hotel, and there was lots of night construction going on. And so there's nothing wrong with doing that, especially in the spring, summer, because that's a really cool time of the day to work. So I just want to point that out. That's a good option to get work done faster. And I just want to say that I'm going to be in support of this motion.
So I thought with what Councillor Stevens had added, it was turning this into a report to allow us to look at the option of turning the long-term recommendations into medium-term recommendations. But the way it's written on the board, it's a two-part motion we're voting on for the first to happen and a report to come back as well. Am I misreading what's going on in the verbiage? Or am I misunderstanding what was supposed to happen with the addition?
It's all one.
Okay, I guess we're going to be fixing it. I'll leave it to the clerk if she has any comments.
Because it would mean if we voted yes, the first one would happen and we would get a report. The first one has to be off the table, right?
No. I think so. What are you saying, Andrew? What are you saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I ask clarification from Councillor Bresciani on whether that second point from friendly amendment from Councillor Stevens was to replace your original motion?
Was to replace it? So I guess we have to look at that piece first before we can move the recommendation, so yes. Can you give me 5 minutes just to straighten this out procedurally?
Okay, I think we're just going to take a little 5-minute break just to figure this out procedurally here. Oh, okay, well, I'll call on Mr. Nickel to see if he would like to give his comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. From administration's point of view, the original motion from Councillor Bresciani with the added bullet from Councillor Stevens is appropriate. A report's going to come back anyways. The first bullet is contextual. It doesn't need to stand, it doesn't need to be taken off. It's just giving context to the report that will come back. So administration will look at this, and the second part of this report that comes back with the supplemental part for the budget may well answer whether the first part is even doable. So we're just thinking they're in context. We don't see them as a conflict.
That then.
Everybody knows what it means.
Just so I don't know. I want to make sure I know. Yeah,
Okay, Councillor
just to
Manson,
be
go
clear
ahead.
then, we're not affecting planning changes immediately through this motion. It's just for context for the report. You're not going to start restaging any plans or anything? Okay, I'm good then.
Okay, Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close off debate?
I think enough has been said. I will just say that Arcola Avenue, we have one gateway into the city. We have about 30,000 people out there combined with Ward 4 and Ward 5. And so, I mean, budget, as you can see, is going to be a big conversation. But I hope that my council colleagues, as I've indicated before, this is not just about congestion, it's about safety. And safety, injuries, and to reduce collisions. So I think it's long overdue, and we'll have discussions at budget, but I hope you can support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I guess we will call the vote now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion from Councillor Bresciani is carried unanimously, 9-0, with Councillor Zakidniak absent and Councillor Shaw away.
Okay, I'd look for a motion for adjournment. Sorry, to go into private session. Thank you.
And then a second motion for.
Everybody in favor? Okay. And motion just for a 5-minute break in between. Just 5 minutes. Everybody's good with 5 minutes? Okay, so we're gonna come back at 5:15.